Separately, you have before you tonight a late filed bill for my administration. I filed condemnation legislation inaccurate, wishful thinking, divorced from reality, and indicative of a company trying to repair a PR problem they caused for themselves. The timing would suggest an attempt to disrupt tonight's council votes on data center legislation. To be clear, I called a meeting because there are 3 parties interested in the property, and Metro intends to acquire the land. We will proceed in Metro's interest. Thank you to this council for the seriousness you bring to these questions and to the many Nashvillians who will spend their Tuesday evening participating in your government. That represents local government at its best, and I appreciate it every time a Nashvillian works to make their city a better place. I appreciate the chance to join you on that journey. Best, Mayor Freddie O'Connell.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Clerk. All right, next we'll proceed right into our agenda, Section E, Appointees and Nominees. This portion of the agenda shares all persons who are scheduled to appear before the Rules, Confirmations, and Public Elections Committee for an interview this evening. Referrals back to the committee will be by rule as part of the council's 2-meeting process for elections and confirmations. No votes will be taken by the body in this section of the agenda. Chair Cash, your brief report, please. No vote totals necessary, simply the name of those interviewed and for which seats, and if a person in the appointment and confirmation process was unable to attend your committee this evening, at what meeting they will next appear, please, sir. Go ahead, Chair Cash, you're recognized.
All right. For Community Corrections Advisory, Jamal Boykin. For Contract and Compliance Board, we deferred Marcus T. Booth for 1 meeting.
Okay.
For the Contract and Compliance Board, Michael Idavadia, and you sent me that too, I'm sorry. For Contract and Compliance Board, Matthew Neal. For Director of Law, Tyler Yarbrough. For Electric Power Board, Robert Boone. For Employee Benefit Board, Thomas Curtis. For Farmers Market Board, Jackson Zeitlin. For Historical Commission, I've got 5, Dr. Clay Bailey, Jay Brothers, Caitlin Jones, Dr. Marissa Richmond, and Linda Wynn. For Short-Term Rental Appeals Board, Kevin Griffith was withdrawn. For Transit Authority, Whitney Weeks.
All right, so I appreciate you sharing all persons that were interviewed, and we will note, okay, that Marcus Booth is deferred 1 meeting and Kevin Griffith is withdrawn. Pro Tem, you're recognized for a point of order.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Tyler Yarbrough should be for the Director of Law, not for the Electric Power Board. I think it was just misspeaking.
I appreciate you correcting the record if that was misread. Yes, Ms. Tyler Yarbrough had her interview in committee to serve as the Metropolitan Director of Law. Okay, with that, Chair Cash, you are now recognized for your committee report on the appointees in the 2nd step of your committee's 2-meeting process with vote totals this time and a consolidated motion for the confirmation of those persons, or first for a deferral motion if there are any. Go ahead, sir.
All right, for Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission, the reappointment of Alvin J. Haney, we approve 6-0-0. For the Central Business Improvement District Board, appointment of Christopher Carlson for a term expiring June 15th, 2029. We voted to approve 4 in favor, 1 against, and 1 not voting. And then for the Tourism and Convention Commission, the appointment of Darius McDonald for a term expiring June 30th, 2029. Approved 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. And I move the nominees.
Okay, so there is a motion to confirm these 3 appointees in a consolidated motion properly seconded. That said, does anyone wish to remove an item from this consolidated motion for purposes of an individual abstention or a no vote? Ms. Sepulveda, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Can we remove those CBID nominees?
Yes. Okay. Any other seeking to be recognized in that regard? Okay, so the amended motion at this juncture is for the approval of the, or rather the confirmation of Alvin J. Haney and Darius McDonald in a consolidated motion. All set?
Move approval.
Okay, all right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any voting no or abstaining? Okay. And if you'll hang with us so we can recognize everyone who is here, appreciate you all that have just been confirmed. Next in our agenda order is item F2 regarding the Central Business Improvement District Board, the CBID Board. It is the appointment of Christopher Carlson for a term expiring June 15th, 2029. Mr. Cash, Chair, can you make a motion for that approval of confirmation?
I move the approval of Christopher Carlson for the CBID.
Okay, all right. And with that, we will move to the vote. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Okay. Mr. Clerk, is that sufficient to record with raised hands? Okay. Any abstaining? Okay. Council has confirmed also Christopher Carlson. So it appears that we have some of our confirmed appointees with us this evening. If you chose to return to the council chamber, which is not required, do please stand and be recognized as I call your name. Council has confirmed the appointments of Alvin J. Haney. He was reappointed to the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission. Council has confirmed the appointment of Christopher Carlson to the CBID Board. And last but certainly not least, Council has confirmed the appointment of Darius McDonald to the Tourism and Convention Commission. Thank you to everyone for your willingness to serve. We appreciate you. Thank you. All right, we are now in section G, nominations of our for our agenda. Council members will have received a memo from me on June 15th announcing 2 vacancies on the Municipal Auditorium Commission. Those vacancies will be with terms expiring on June 30th, 2029. An election will be conducted at the August 4th meeting so that your nominees can go through our 2-step process. Those openings or those vacancies were also announced from this dais at last meeting. And so I will now open nominations. If you seek to nominate someone, you can get into the queue or raise your hands. Council members, we've been busy, but also you got a memo and I mentioned it at the last meeting. Anyone?
Can we defer it one?
Yeah, I mean, if there are no nominations made, we will just defer it to the next agenda. We don't, I believe, special counsel need to engage in any procedure. We'll just, okay, all right. So I will close the nominations as there were none, and then I would point you all, please, to my memo of June 15th and ask, and again, put it out to the community. There are 2 vacancies on our Municipal Auditorium Commission. If you have an interest in serving, please do contact your council member so that they may nominate you. Council members, please give that board and commission a look and see who is currently serving and otherwise, and we will take up these nominations again at our next meeting. Okay? All right. Next, we are in section H of our agenda. That is the public comment period. Members of the public who are Tennessee residents wishing to speak may sign up at a table for public comment outside the council chamber from 5 to 6 p.m. on the day of a council meeting. Public comment is limited to 20 minutes total at council meetings, and each speaker is allowed up to 2 minutes to speak. Persons speaking on agenda items must be prioritized to comply with state law. All right. With that, the first, second, and third persons for public comment. So I would ask that they all just go ahead and come on forward. Are Trina Hewell, Manon Hall, and John Hamilton. Trina Hewell is speaking regarding public hearings, processes, and procedures. Go ahead, Ms. Hewell, you're recognized.
Hi, my name is Trina Hewell. I live in District 6. Tonight I saw a neighbor with a cane waiting in a line that goes up a flight of stairs to the second floor just to receive a ticket. Once people receive a ticket, they're ushered Once they receive a ticket, they're ushered into what appears to be some kind of cattle herding situation, and there's very little seating, and what I've heard expressed out there is the one thing that we can guarantee is that this city does not want us to have a place to sit. But people standing in that line, right, the last I saw, the line is down the stairs to get a ticket, which we have one staff member sorting which of the two hearings you want to speak on, and I filmed, and it's taken about 90 seconds to 2 minutes just to get one person a ticket. So I do appreciate that a lot of work went into planning tonight, and I do think that this is an improvement, but on June 2nd, constituents were asked to show grace while standing in a line that broke down immediately. On June 11th, at the Planning Commission, people waited outside in 90-degree heat and were told the fire marshal was the reason they couldn't come in. I contacted the Nashville Fire Department. Deputy Fire Marshal Michael Figlio III responded in writing, "To my knowledge, there was no enforcement needed from our office regarding the occupant load within the space, as the space was not over the maximum occupant load, let alone near it." Tonight's ticketed system is an improvement, but a neighbor with a cane is navigating a staircase inside this building right now just to get in line to speak with nowhere to sit while they wait. The people of Nashville who show up to participate in their government deserve better than this. We have deserved better for a long time. Thank you.
I appreciate your feedback, and I will just add for those listening, any staff member, sheriff's office, anybody on the mezzanine or the ground floor is very happy to provide ADA accommodation to anyone about whom there is a concern, and use the elevator rather than the stairs. It is not required to use the stairs. I appreciate you sharing that with me. Just wanted to speak that for people's assistance. Mr. Manon Hall is speaking on agenda item 73. This is RS 2026-2097. Speaking in opposition, this is an MOU regarding law enforcement within the public transit system. Go ahead, Mr. Hall.
Hey, my name is Manon Hall. I'm speaking as an individual who relies on the bus every single day, and I'm asking you to defer or vote down this MOU between the Metro Transit Authority, MNPD, and RTA. First, I must ask, why hasn't MTA and Chime fully launched the Journey Pass program with income verification? First, it was going to be launched last spring, then fall 2025, then spring 2026, and now they're saying by the end of the year 2026. Why do they keep pushing timelines with no explanation? The Transportation Improvement Program, the TIP that Chime funded, approved by the voters, only allocated $5 million for security improvements over the 15-year program. It's in the document. Yet MTA has already drawn down more than $5 million for a currently non-existent transit police division, when the Transit Ambassador Program is being slow-rolled. We are encouraging and acting on getting the people that need to ride the bus the ability to ride the bus more frequently with the Journey Pass program. When Metro interacts, when MNPD and the security at MTA on the bus, their strategy is just to ban someone for a day, for a week, for a month. That's what the policing and the security do at WeGo. Prioritizing more police at WeGo Central and at the bus stops is not going to increase the safety, because those people will come back after their day, after their week, after their month. It's by bringing the Transit Ambassador Program to the front, making that the priority, putting that in place now. By having ambassadors who can connect our bus riders with the resources they need, like we have resources, you'll talk about it all the time, rather than just banning them from the system over and over again, we can actually make our bus system safer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Next is John Hamilton, also speaking on agenda item 73, RS 2026-2097, in opposition. Go ahead, Mr. Hamilton, you're recognized.
Yes, and Hamilton's my middle name.
Oh, I apologize, sir. What's your last name?
Bull, B-U-L-L.
B-U-L-L. Thank you, sir. Mr. Bull, you're recognized.
The current system is effective. I'm a frequent rider of the bus. For example, yesterday, counting transfers, I rode the bus for 9 routes. And I've been riding the mass transit system for a half decade. Since WeGo implemented what security arrangements they've done, it's been very effective. If it works, you don't fix it, my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bull. All right, that concludes our public comment period. All right. Now we are moving into the public hearing portion of our evening in our agenda. These are sections I and J, a resolution, single resolution, and then multiple bills on public hearing. Spanish interpretation services are provided for all Metro Council public hearings. Ms. Sandra Obando is here as the interpreter this evening. Ms. Obando, will you please share how you can help, please, ma'am?
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Sandra Obando, soy la intérprete en español para la sesión de esta noche. Si necesitan mi asistencia, estoy sentada aquí a su izquierda. Gracias.
Gracias, we appreciate you. All right, for those wishing to speak on public hearing items this evening, please do state your name, but it is not required for you to provide your exact address if you do not wish to do so. You may want to tell us in what neighborhood or area you live, your connection to an agenda item or project, or who your council member is. Okay? All right. First, in section I, we have a resolution on public hearing. This is agenda item 1, RS 2026-2070, sponsor Taylor. This is a resolution exempting Vibes Bar and Lounge located at 114 28th Avenue North from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit pursuant to section 70809 of our Metropolitan Code. Mr. Taylor, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd move to open the public hearing, please.
Okay.
Committee reports?
Well, we can do committee report first. We've done it either way, but for the report of the Government Operations and Regulations Committee, Chair Hill, you're recognized, ma'am.
This was 2070, righty?
Yes, ma'am.
We recommend 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, all righty then. And now I heard you request to open the public hearing.
Absolutely.
So I declare the public hearing open for Council Member Taylor's resolution 2070. Would all members of the public here in support of this resolution please raise your hand? Thank you. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this resolution please raise your hand? Seeing no one here in opposition, do the persons here in support seek to be recognized or speak? Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Seeing no one here to speak, whether in support or opposition, I will declare the public hearing closed, Mr. Taylor, and it is back to you for a motion on this bill, given that you have, or rather resolution, with your committee report in.
Thank you. I'd like to move for approval with a brief comment.
Go ahead, sir.
All right, thank you. So I'll make it brief. Thank you. So just give a timeline with this. The Vibes owner approached me, I believe, late 2024, December, November, and time's up. And so, and in that moment, there was some pushback from neighbors in regards to this project. They had some apprehensions and asked the property owner to come, or the business owner to come and have a conversation, and over time, that business owner made a vow to be a good neighbor. And so since that time that they've come to that community meeting opened and move forward. They vowed to be a good neighbor. We just recently had a community meeting. This topic was on the table. They've been such a good community member that the community was mad at me for not giving them their peer permit already. And so moving forward, I'd just like to thank the property owner, the community members for working through this process with me, and I renew my motion to approve.
All right, there's a motion to approve, properly seconded. Is there any discussion on this resolution? Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I might just make a couple of comments. I had a good conversation with Councilmember Taylor. Some concerns from some of my constituents who live on the other side of West End, just about past behavior, which he has addressed. And so my question would be, he's been motivated to have good behavior to get this beer permit, and I am fully confident that he will continue in that vein, which is good. Is there someone who could answer the question of if that motivation to get the beer permit is no longer there and there was a regression to former past behavior that had been troubling neighbors? Is there a process for revocation of beer permits that would just provide some comfort in terms of number of calls to police, for example, or something like that?
So the question is potentially to special counsel, is there a specific procedure relative to revocation related to the number of
that has been a past measure of
certified or
calls to police is something measurable.
Okay.
That number had been very high many years ago. It has not been high for a number of years, and I very much appreciate the change.
particular to this property,
Particular
right?
to this property, is there a process for revoking permits that could provide neighbors just a little bit of assurance that we're good?
Special counsel, is there anything codified to that effect, sir?
Yes, Vice Mayor, there is. Within the Urban Services District, the Beer Permit Board has the power within its discretion, and in addition to other penalties, to suspend for a period of time or revoke permanently any beer permit for violation of the Metro Code upon giving the permit holder written notice and written notice within the rules and regulations of the Beer Permit Board.
I appreciate that assurance. I support this and will let my constituents know that we're covered.
All right.
Appreciate the work that Councilmember Taylor did.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on this resolution? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right, this resolution has been adopted. Next, Section J, bills on public hearing. Agenda item 2, ordinance BL 2026-1314, sponsors Horton and Evan Siegel. This is an ordinance amending certain sections and subsections of chapters 2.104, 6.26, 13.32, 17.20, 17.24, 0.28, of the Metro Code of Laws to correct typographical errors, incorrect references, redundancies, and other minor errors. Councilmember Horton, you're recognized, sir. Is there anybody, this is predominantly planning and zoning. I don't know if Vice Chair Harrell of Planning and Zoning, would you be willing to sign on to this bill, sir, for purposes of keeping this moving? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Hill.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, so noted. And given that, Mr. Harrell, do you seek to open the public hearing? Does staff know that that is Mr. Horton's intent at this time? Okay.
Please open a public hearing.
All right. Okay, I declare the public hearing open for council members Horton, Evan Siegel, and Harrell's ordinance 1314. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Okay. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Mr. Harrell, seeing no one present on either side seeking to be recognized, I will declare the public hearing closed. And Mr. Horton, Mr. Harrell, your vice chair, has taken up that bill. Are you okay with him? Do we want to put it back over to you, as I know you do have a substitute and so forth. So the public hearing is now closed. And with that, I can now recognize you, Mr. Horton, for a motion to get this bill before us.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Apologies for that. I'd like to move for approval, please.
Okay. So there's a motion to approve, properly seconded. We're on to discussion. Do you seek to make a motion to substitute?
Yes, I'd like to move the substitute, please.
Okay. Anything you want to share about the substitute?
As the caption shares, this is a housekeeping bill, and so is the substitute.
Okay. All right.
And move for approval.
All right. Is there any discussion on the motion to substitute? Seeing none, all in favor of the substitute, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right, and Mr. Horton, if you'd renew your motion to approve as substituted.
I'd like to move for approval as substituted.
All right, any discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right, this has passed its second of 3 readings as substituted. Next is agenda item 3, ordinance BL 2026-1360, sponsors Stiles and Evan Siegel. Someone could please go get Ms. There she is. Yes, ma'am. An ordinance amending Chapter 17.28 of the Metro Code of Laws to amend regulations on underground utilities. Ms. Stiles, you're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports is on this one?
Not at this juncture, ma'am. No, that's on third.
Yeah, move to open the public hearing.
Okay. I declare the public hearing open for Council Member Stiles and Evan Siegel's Ordinance 1360. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? All right. Seeing no one here on either side, I declare the public... Oh. I'm terribly sorry. Where are we behind the column here? Okay, I'm terribly sorry. I have a line of sight issue here. Is there one person in support and one person in opposition? Is that correct? Okay. Let's see. So, will those persons wishing to speak in support please come forward to the podium if you seek to be recognized on this bill? Supporting speakers go first. Does the person here in support seek to be recognized or speak? Okay, I literally cannot see behind the column. Okay. Does the person here in opposition seek to be recognized and speak? No. All right. Okay, so with no one seeking to be recognized to speak, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on your bill. Ms. Stiles.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for approval, please.
All right, there's a motion to approve on second reading. Is there a second? It's properly seconded. We're on to discussion. Do you seek to move your substitute at this juncture?
Yes, I would like to move the substitute, please.
Okay.
And there you are.
There's a motion to substitute. Okay. Is there anything you'd like to share about the substitute?
No. Okay.
Okay. Housekeeping, perhaps?
A little bit, yes. Directly from planning, not from me.
Yeah, the planning department table, this was a substitute provided by the planning department. They are concurring that is of a housekeeping nature. Okay. Any further discussion on the motion to substitute? Seeing none, all in favor of the substitute, please say aye. Aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay. Ms. Stiles, if you would renew your motion to approve on second as substituted.
I'd like to move for approval as substitute, please.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right, this has passed its second of 3 readings as substituted. All right, next is agenda item 4, ordinance BL 2026-1361. Sponsors Benedict, Cap, Cupin, and Evan Siegel. This is an ordinance to amend Chapter 17.37 of the Metro Code of Laws to establish an East Bank Design Review Committee within the Downtown Code, also known as the DTC. Councilmember Benedict, you are recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing,
All right,
please.
I declare the public hearing open for Councilmember Benedict's Bill 1361 regarding the East Bank Design Review Committee. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Okay, and if you happen to be behind a column, lean out and kind of give me a wave. Okay, so I do see some people here in support. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Okay, seeing no one here in opposition, do the persons here in support seek to be recognized or speak? I am seeing some heads being shook no, and so with that, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on this bill, Ms. Benedict.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move approval.
All right, is there a second? Okay, we're on to discussion, and you still have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you. Move the second substitute, please.
Okay, there is a motion to substitute with the second substitute. Is there a second? Okay, is there any discussion on the substitute? Anything you want to share about it, ma'am? Nope.
We made improvements through the planning department and with other sponsors of the bill, so it's a better bill.
Okay, any further discussion on the motion to substitute? Seeing none, all in favor of the substitute, please say aye. All right, and Ms. Benedict, do you want to renew your motion to approve as substituted?
Yes, that please.
Yes, that's good. So you can just say so moved when I reiterate it there. That's a good deal. Okay, is there any discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right, this has passed its second of 3 readings as substituted. Next is agenda item 5. This is ordinance BL 2026-1386, sponsor Stiles. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government by amending a portion of Ridgeview UDO, urban design overlay, for property located at Eagleview Boulevard, unnumbered, and the northeast corner of Eagleview Boulevard and Baby Ruth Lane, zoned MUL and RM9. This is 14.21 acres to permit assisted care living and open space. Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized, ma'am.
Yes. I actually need to defer this.
Okay. Would you
I'm
like
just trying to figure out how many meetings.
Okay, if you defer it, you have to defer it to the next public hearing because a public hearing is required. You could do that at the meeting of August 4th or the meeting of September 1st or the meeting of October 6th. Those are the next 3 public hearings for zoning items.
I'm going to defer this until the first meeting in September.
All right. There is a motion to defer this ordinance on second reading and its public hearing to the first meeting in September. Is there a second? Properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on that motion? Okay. Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right. This is deferred to the first meeting in September.
Thank you.
Next is agenda item 6, ordinance BL 2026-1387, sponsor Kimbrough. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government by changing from RS10 to R10 zoning for property located at 1616 Ashton Avenue, approximately 540 feet west of Hydes Ferry Road. This is 0.37 acres. Councilmember Kimbrough, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Would you please open the public hearing?
Okay. I declare the public hearing open for Councilmember Kimbrough's ordinance 1387. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Okay. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Seeing no one here on either side, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you, Ms. Kimbrough, for a motion on your bill.
Thank you. Move for approval.
Is there a second? Okay, there's a motion to approve, properly seconded. Is there any discussion on this bill on second reading? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this has passed its second of 3 readings. Next is Agenda Item 7, Ordinance BL 2026-1388, Sponsor Styles. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, a zoning ordinance of the Metro Government by changing from RM20 NS to AR2A zoning for properties located at 5118 Mount View Road and Mount View Road unnumbered, approximately 360 feet west of Highlander Drive. This is 9.4 acres. Councilmember Styles, you are recognized.
Thank you very much. Withdraw.
All right, this bill has been withdrawn. Ms. Stiles' Bill 1388 will be withdrawn. Okay, next is Agenda Item 8. This is Ordinance BL 2026-1389, also Sponsor Styles. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, a zoning ordinance of the Metro Government by changing from SP to AR2A zoning for properties located at 532 and 538 Bell Road, approximately 570 feet southwest of Murfreesboro Pike and located in the Murfreesboro Pike Urban Design Overlay District and Corridor Design Overlay District. This is 5.25 acres. Ms. Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. I'd like to call for the public hearing.
Okay. All right. Do we have a notice issue on this one? Okay. All righty. I had a note that you might be intending to defer, just double checking.
No, this one is the one that stays.
Okay.
The other ones are good.
Got it. I appreciate the clarification. All right. So I declare the public hearing open for Council Member Stiles' Bill 1389. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Okay, would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Seeing no one here on either side, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on your bill, Ms. Stiles.
I could not read your lips fully.
Are you
talking to the
seeking
to the
guidance? Would you like to recognize
yes.
the planning table? Okay. Planning, Ms. Milligan, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you. The Planning Commission has not yet made a recommendation on this zoning bill with an we had an understanding that it was to be deferred.
Okay.
Special Counsel Wilson, what would you advise? Or would you like me to? Ms. Milligan, do you want to offer advice to Ms. Stiles as far as the order of operations at this juncture?
Yes, we are scheduled to hear this at the July Planning Commission meeting, which is at the end of July because we only have one meeting. So if you wanted to move forward with second reading tonight, you could defer third reading beyond that date, which would allow planning to have a recommendation to you all in advance of third reading.
All right, so just to restate that, that would be a motion to approve on second with third reading.
To be deferred.
At which meeting? First meeting in August. Okay. Is there a point of order? August 4th. Thank you. Sorry. I heard a OR in your little tonal sound there. Okay. So that's a proper motion. Is there a second for that motion? All right. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right, so this has passed its second reading and had its public hearing here. It will next go to the Planning Commission for any member of the community that is listening, and that will be at the 23rd at the Planning Commission, at which juncture it will be back before this body on its third and final reading and in committee at that time at the meeting of August 4th. Okay. All right, next is Agenda Item 9, Ordinance BL 2026-1395, Sponsor Welsh. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, a zoning ordinance of the Metro Government by changing from RS 7.5 to R8A zoning for property located at 470 Radnor Street, approximately 270 feet northeast of Meade Avenue. This is 0.2 acres. Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to defer for lack of notice.
All right, and defer to the next public hearing?
To the first meeting of August.
Okay. Is there a second for that motion? Okay, is there any discussion on that motion? All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay. This will be back on public hearing at the first meeting in August. Okay, next, we have two bills. They are companions to each other. Councilmember Parker, for purposes of the public hearing, they can be taken together. I will go ahead and read both the captions into the record. Agenda item 10 is ordinance BL 2026-1396, sponsor Parker. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government by amending a specific plan and changing from RS5 to SP zoning for properties located at 832, 834, 836, 838 Seymour Avenue, 905, 907 West Eastland Avenue, 930, 930C McFerrin Avenue, and wait for it, 609, 611, 613, 615, 625, 627, 629, 631, 633, 635, 637, 639, 641, 643, and 645 Richmond Bend, approximately 417 feet west of McFerrin Avenue, and located within the Greenwood Neighborhood Conservation Overlay District and the attached accessory dwelling unit Dadu Overlay District. This is 3.24 acres to permit 8 additional units and 3,250 square feet of non-residential units, or rather uses. And again, it's companion bill, which is agenda item 11. That's ordinance BL 2026-1397, which requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings at all those addresses in 1396, which I will mercifully not repeat. Okay. With that, Mr. Parker, you are recognized, sir. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
All right. I declare the public hearing open for Council Member Parker's bills 1396, 1396, and 1397, which are companions to each other. Would all members of the public here in support of these bills please raise your hands? Okay. Would all members of the public here in opposition to these bills please raise your hands? Seeing no one here in opposition to the persons here in support seek to be recognized or speak, they are both shaking their heads no, Mr. Parker. And so with that, I will declare the public hearing closed. And now as I come back to you, given that you have substitutes, we will have to take these up individually for purposes of substitution and passage. So go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to move the substitute on BL 2026-1396.
Okay, if you could please just move approval on 1396 to get it before us. And then.
Yes, move approval of BL 2026-1396.
Is there a second? Okay, and I heard you already make the motion to substitute.
Renewed.
Is there a second for that? Okay, all right. Anything you want to say about the substitute, sir?
No.
All right. There is a motion to substitute 1396. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, if you could renew your motion to approve as substituted.
Approve 1396 as substituted.
Okay, any discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, so that has passed. It's second of 3 readings as substituted. Next, we're on to agenda item 11. Go ahead, sir.
I'd like to move BL 2026-1397.
All right, go ahead, back to you for the substitute.
I would like to move the substitute.
Okay, is there any discussion on the substitute? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion to substitute, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, any voting no or abstaining? All right, and if you could renew your motion.
Move as substituted.
All right, so it is, I'm going to presume that your motion was to approve on second reading as substituted. Any discussion on that? All right, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay. 10 and 11, 1396 and 1397 have passed their second of 3 readings as substituted. Yes, sir. All right. Next, we are on to agenda items 12 and 13. Again, they are companions to each other. Both sponsor Taylor. The first is ordinance BL 2026-1398. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government by changing from R6 to SP zoning for property located at 1038 28th Avenue North. This is approximately 138 feet north of Meharry Boulevard. It is 0.10 acres. Its companion is 1399, and it requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings mentioned in Ordinance 1398. Mr. Taylor, for purposes of the public hearing, we can take these items up together. Go ahead, sir.
Absolutely, thank you. I'd like to open the public hearing for BL 2026-1398 and 1399.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open for Council Member Taylor's companion bills 1398 and 1399. Would all members of the public here in support of these bills please raise your hand? Okay. Would all members of the public here in opposition to these bills please raise your hands? Okay. Just waiting just for a little bit. I've been advised that, just want to give people a little bit more time in case they are out on the mezzanine. Again, we have seating for anyone that has a public hearing item coming in front of these data centers. So you can come on inside if you're listening up on the second or third floor. Okay. So with that, having held a little bit of time there, I will declare the public hearing closed. And with that, it is back to you for a motion on your bills, Mr. Taylor, because you don't have any substitutes or amendments. You can move both of these in a consolidated motion.
Absolutely, move for approval.
All right, is there any discussion on the motion to approve 1398 and 1399 on second reading? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, these have passed their second of 3 readings. Next are agenda items 14 and 15, sponsors Lee and Hill. Again, these are companions to each other. Agenda item 14 is ordinance BL 2026-1400. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government of Nashville and Davidson County by changing from AR2A to SP zoning for property located at 5683 Cane Ridge Road, approximately 479 feet south of Spring Path Lane. This is 6.64 acres to permit 68 multifamily residential units. And again, it's companion agenda item 15, which is ordinance 1401, which requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of the buildings mentioned in ordinance 1400. Go ahead, Ms. Hill, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for a 2-meeting deferral to the first meeting in August. It'll be August the 4th.
Okay, all right. So we will move these to the August public hearing on August 4th. That is the motion. Is there a second? I already heard that. Is there any discussion on that deferral motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, those are both deferred to August 4th. Next is agenda item 16, ordinance BL 2026-1402, sponsor Welsh. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government by changing from RS 7.5 to R8A zoning for property located at 412 Veritas Street, located approximately 380 feet west of Nolensville Pike. This is 0.26 acres. Ms. Welsh, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to defer to the first meeting in August due to lack of notice.
Okay. There is a motion to defer to the first meeting in August. That's August 4th. It's properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this will next be taken up on August the 4th. Next are agenda items 17 and 18. They are companions to each other. Sponsor Parker. The first is ordinance BL 2026-1403. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by amending a specific plan for various properties generally located west of Gallatin Avenue, east of Emmett Avenue, south of McClurkin Avenue, and north of Douglas Avenue, zoned SP, and changing the zoning on properties from RS5, CS, and OR20 to SP P. This is 19.09 acres to permit a mixed-use development. And again, it's companion agenda item 18, which is ordinance BL 2026-1404, which requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings that are within ordinance 1403. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
All right, I declare the public hearing open for Councilmember Parker's bills 1403 and 1404. Would all members of the public here in support of these bills please raise your hand? Thank you all. Would all members here of the public here in opposition to these bills please raise your hand? Okay, there are several here in opposition. Persons in support do speak first. And so if those persons wishing to speak in support would please come forward to the podium. Supporting speakers will go first, and persons in opposition wishing to speak will go after those speaking in support. Do the persons here in support seek to be recognized? Okay. Go ahead, sir, you're recognized.
Yeah, Michael McNally, Southern Land. We're the owner and developer of the property, and just here to say thank you to Councilman Parker. We've been working on this project for several years. Some modification to an existing SP. Here to answer any questions, but we appreciate the time and effort to review this.
All right, thank you, Mr. McNally. All right, does anyone else seek to be recognized to speak in support? Okay, seeing none, do the persons here who raised their hands in opposition seek to be recognized or speak? If so, please go ahead and come on forward.
Hey, I'm Annan, 912 Strauss, live in the neighborhood. I'm really excited about this development. You know, it's already an approved SP. My concerns is like the homes that are now detached in this along Emmett Ave. I was really excited for there to be, you know, single family homes attached, no side yards, because that meant there was gonna be more green space at both like the corners, and there was gonna be, you know, space for the community to use. The community really likes right now the green space that's accessible while, you know, they're waiting for this SP to be developed right on the hill there. And so obviously the neighborhood and the future residents, it'd be great for those who live in the apartment complexes to have more access to green space. What this amendment does is it moves some of the single family homes that were attached and makes them detached and adds like, you know, 5 foot or, you know, along those lines side yards, which over a whole block, you know, gets rid of all the green space that was like basically a little pocket park. And now, I don't know if y'all been in neighborhoods where people have like 5 foot side yards. It's not really usable space. It's kind of dead space. And so by that nature, it also is making the homes more expensive. A detached home is more expensive in the market than, you know, a home that is attached. And so obviously would love to see homes that are attached and slightly more affordable, and which ultimately benefits the community. So I think if it were possible for them to come back to the table and find a way to include green space and make sure the homes are attached, would love to see that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hall. Go ahead, come on forward. Okay, folks, we do not clap after folks speaking. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name is Lid Shaw. I live at 2407 Brasher Avenue. And I just want to read a statement here. Thank you, council members. I'm speaking on behalf of the Southern Land Lincoln Tech SP amendment, sponsored by Councilmember Parker. The Planning Commission approved this on April 9th by a vote of 8-0 with conditions, including meaningful neighborhood green space. And I have a statement prepared by my neighbor, Bree Merrill, also living on Brasher Avenue, who couldn't be here. At the last meeting, the Planning Commission recognized something our neighborhood has been advocating for from the beginning, that meaningful neighborhood green space is an essential part of this development, not simply an optional amenity. We left that meeting encouraged because there seemed to be a shared understanding that additional green space would help create a project that better serves both future residents and the existing neighborhood. Yet the latest plan appears to move away from that direction as though the commission's guidance was viewed as a suggestion rather than an important expectation. Neighborhood green space provides lasting benefits that extend far beyond aesthetics. It creates a space where children can safely play, where neighbors can gather, where families can picnic, where seniors can walk, and where the community can build relationships. It also improves stormwater management, supports mature trees and wildlife, reduces the urban heat island effect, and contributes to better physical and mental health for the community. These are investments that continue paying dividends for generations. This development has the opportunity to become a model for thoughtful planning, one that balances new investment with the quality of life for everyone who calls this neighborhood home. We respectfully ask the Metro Council to remain steadfast in the direction established at the previous meeting and require meaningful neighborhood green space as part of any final approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized. Come on forward.
Thank you. My name's Katie Gustafson. I live at 905B Strauss Avenue in the neighborhood. And first of all, I just want to really thank the Southern Land Company. I think they've done a great job engaging the community in terms of this development. I will not try to repeat what Lidge said so eloquently, which is just the importance of green space. And I would also just add to that, I think some other recommendations that were made was a traffic study and maybe additional access into the neighborhood. It's hard to imagine, I think, what that space is. It's about 20 acres. And I think in terms of what's being proposed, which is super exciting, and I am not at all opposed to the development, but it is a substantial number of people and vehicles that will be in that 20 acres. And so I think all of us, the neighbors and the Southern Land Company, want that to be a place that still functions in terms of the traffic and what that means for people there. And so I would just really encourage the committee tonight to reiterate, maybe by saying no tonight, and please come back with that sort of additional information around the traffic and additional access to the neighborhood. Thank you.
All right, does anyone else seek to be recognized to speak in opposition? All right, seeing none, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you, Mr. Parker. With no amendments or substitutes or anything, you can make a consolidated motion for both of these, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think I'd like to defer one meeting with a brief explanation.
All right, so there's a motion to defer 1403 and 1404, one meeting. So just to clarify, sir, public hearing having been held, that is just to the next meeting is your intent.
Correct, yes.
For second reading. Okay, properly seconded. Go ahead.
So I want to thank our three neighbors from Renraw who came out to speak tonight. It is a kind of a relatively compact neighborhood, and this SP represents a significant chunk of that neighborhood. So we've had a ton of meetings over, the last 4 or 5 years about the original SP, which is actually in place on the site right now, and then this amendment to the SP. There's a lot of great things in this amendment to the SP. We're able to realign Strauss, which is going to significantly help with traffic flow and safety. The way that the commercial buildings engage with the Gallatin corridor, I think is a massive improvement over what was in the previous SP, the one that's in place right now. There's still obviously a big desire from the community for more green space. I do want to temper expectations because this is going from a open institutional campus style development to a dense mixed use development. Like that's still what's happening. That's the SP that's in place today allows that to happen. So we're not going to be able to add like a park here. But what I'm hoping we can do in the time of the deferral is take a look at that question of, is there anything we can do with the structure? The SP that's in place had, as one of the speakers mentioned, more attached product in the sort of for sale multifamily area. It had more attached product, which means that you're not burning that space between units. And is there an opportunity to cluster some of those units and yield a little bit of additional green space? That's, I think, the most viable path to potentially making an amendment here. So that's what I want to spend the deferral time looking at, as well as, at the Planning Commission, we talked about how the area around the Renraw Mansion is going to be programmed or arranged or addressed. So that's the purpose of the deferral, and I'll be reaching out to both Southern and some of the neighbors to try and have some discussions about that in the time. So I would just renew my motion for a one-meeting deferral.
All right, there's a motion to defer one meeting to the meeting of July 21st. It was properly seconded. You've heard an explanation from the sponsor. Is there any further discussion? Okay, and again, this is for both 1403 and its companion 1404. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, these will be back on our agenda on July 21st. Okay, so next is agenda item 19, ordinance BL 2026-1405, sponsor Taylor. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government by changing from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 1704 10th Avenue North, approximately 80 feet northwest of Jane Street. This is 0.17 acres and located within the detached accessory dwelling unit overlay district. Councilmember Taylor, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you. Please open the public hearing.
Okay. I declare the public hearing open for Councilmember Taylor's ordinance 1405. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hands? Okay, would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Okay, seeing no one here on either side, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on your bill, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you. Move for approval.
Okay, properly seconded. Is there any discussion on this bill on its second of three readings? Seeing none, all in favor please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this has passed its second reading. Next are agenda items 20 and 21. They are companions to each other, sponsors Lee and Hill. The first is ordinance BL 2026-1406, the second 1407. 1406 is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government by changing from AR2A to SP zoning for properties located at 5601, 5621 Cane Ridge Road unnumbered, and 3314 Old Franklin Road. This is 42.2 acres to permit 79 multifamily residential units and 100 single-family residential lots. Again, its companion bill 1407 requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings mentioned in 1406. Ms. Hill, you are recognized. Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for deferral to August 4th, two-meeting deferral to August 4th.
Okay. So there is a motion to defer these public hearings and the second reading of these bills to the meeting of August 4th. It is properly seconded. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right, those will be taken up on August the 4th. Next is agenda item 22, ordinance BL 2026-1408, sponsor Welsh. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government by changing from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 311 Joyner Avenue, approximately 350 feet southeast of Nolensville Pike. This is 0.17 acres. Ms. Welsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open for Council Member Welsh's Bill 1408. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Okay, would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? All right, seeing no one here on either side, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on this bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move to approve.
All right, is there a second? Okay, properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Okay. Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right, this has passed its second of 3 readings. Next is agenda item 23, ordinance BL 2026-1409, sponsor Parker. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government by changing from RM9 to RM15 ANS zoning for property located at 705A Skyline Ridge Drive, approximately 44 feet north of Channing Drive. This is 0.84 acres. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing,
Okay,
please.
I declare the public hearing open for Councilmember Parker's Ordinance 1409. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Thank you. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Seeing no one here in opposition, does the gentleman here in support seek to be recognized or speak? He is shaking his head no, Mr. Parker. And so with that, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on this bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move approval.
Okay, seconded. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this has passed its second of 3 readings. Next is agenda item 24. This is ordinance BL 2026-1410, sponsor Taylor. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government by changing from RS5 to RM20 ANS zoning for property located at 2839 Georgia Avenue, approximately 808 feet west of 28th Avenue North. This is 0.74 acres. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you. Open the public hearing, please.
All right, I declare the public hearing open for Councilmember Taylor's Bill 1410. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Thank you, sir. And okay, would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Okay, seeing no one here in opposition, do the persons here in support seek to be recognized or speak? They are both shaking their heads no, and so with that, I will declare the public hearing closed, Mr. Taylor, and it's back to you for a motion on this bill.
Move for approval.
Okay, is there a second? Properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right, this has passed its second of 3 readings. Next are agenda items 25 and 26. Again, they are companions to each other, sponsors Lee and Hill. The first is ordinance BL 2026-1411. The second is 1412. 1411 is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government by changing from AR2A to SP zoning for property located at 13181 Old Hickory Boulevard at the corner of Old Hickory Boulevard and Twin Oaks Lane. This is 4.97 acres to permit a mixed-use development. And then again, the companion 1412 requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Council Member Hill, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for a 2-meeting deferral with a brief comment.
Okay, so there's a motion for a 2-meeting deferral such that this would again be on its second reading for public hearing on August the 4th.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that is applicable to 1411 and 1412. Is there a second for that motion? Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
I just want to also add that there will be a meeting at the Cane Ridge Community Center at 6 p.m. July the 23rd. So I want to make sure everybody was aware of that as well.
Okay, 6 p.m., July 23rd, community meeting. Okie dokes. Seeing no one else seeking to be recognized for discussion, there is a motion to defer to the meeting of August 4th, properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay. Next is agenda item 27, ordinance BL 2026-1413, sponsor Welsh. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government by changing from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 110 Ludi Street, located approximately 270 feet west of Miller Street. This is 0.17 acres. Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
All right, I declare the public hearing open for Councilmember Welsh's Bill 1413. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Thank you. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Okay, seeing no one here in opposition, does the person here in support seek to be recognized or speak? She is shaking her head no, and so with that, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move to approve.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, it's properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this has passed its second of 3 readings. Next are agenda items 28 and 29. Again, they are companions to each other. Sponsor Evans. Agenda item 28 is ordinance BL 2026-1414. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government by changing from RS 15 to SP zoning for property located at 6114 North New Hope Road, approximately 352 feet north of Central Pike. This is 3 acres to permit 44 multifamily residential units, and ordinance BL 2026-1415, its companion, which requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings in the aforementioned 1414. Ms. Evans, you're recognized for purposes of the public hearing. These can be taken up together.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open for Council Member Evans's bills 1414 and 1415. Would all members of the public here in support of these bills please raise your hands? Thank you. Would all members of the public here in opposition to these bills please raise your hands? Seeing no one here in opposition, does the gentleman here in support seek to be recognized or speak? He is shaking his head no. And so with that, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you. You can make a consolidated motion on these bills.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move to approve both bills, please.
Okay, there's a motion to approve 1414 and 1415. Is there a second? All right, is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right, 1414 and 1415 have passed their second of 3 readings. Next is agenda item 30, ordinance BL 2026-1416, sponsor Webb. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government by applying a contextual overlay district to various properties along Shepherd Hills Drive and Twin Hills Drive, southeast of Gallatin Pike, zoned R20. This is 137.6 acres. Councilmember Webb, you're recognized, ma'am.
I'd like to ask for a 1 meeting deferral, please.
Okay. Is your intent to defer to the next meeting in July or to the public hearing in August, the first meeting in August?
Yes, the first meeting in August.
Okay. There is a motion to defer to the first meeting in August for purposes of public hearing and second reading. Is there a second? Properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right. This will be deferred to the meeting of August the 4th. Next is agenda item 31, ordinance BL 2026-1417, sponsor Toombs. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government by changing from RS5 to R68 zoning for property located at 129 Elmhurst Avenue, approximately 96 feet north of Lucille Street. This is 0.17 acres. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Request to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open for Councilmember Toombs's Bill 1417. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Thank you. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Okay, seeing no one here in opposition, does the gentleman here in support seek to be recognized or speak? He is shaking his head no. And so with that, Ms. Toombs, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on your bill.
Move for approval.
Okay, there's a motion to approve, properly seconded. Is there any discussion on this? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this has passed its second of 3 readings. Next is agenda item 32, ordinance BL 2026-1418, sponsor Spain. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government by changing from AR2A to RM9NS zoning for property located at 7345 Old Charlotte Pike. This is approximately 322 feet east of Old Hickory Boulevard, and it is 0.93 acres. Councilmember Spain, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to open the public hearing.
All right, I declare the public hearing open for Councilmember Spain's Bill 1418. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Okay. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Mr. Spain, seeing no one here on either side, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on this bill.
Thank you, Madam President. Move approval.
All right, is there a second? Properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this has passed its second of 3 readings. Next is agenda item 33, ordinance BL 2026-1419, sponsor Evans. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro Government by changing from RS15 to R15 zoning for property located at 3524 Earhart Road, approximately 535 feet south of Hesse Road. This is 3.2 acres. Councilmember Evans, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move to open the public hearing, please.
All right. I declare the public hearing open for Councilmember Evans's Bill 1419. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Okay. Would all members of the public here in opposition to these bills please raise your hand? Ms. Evans, seeing no one here on either side, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for approval, please.
All right, is there a second? Properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this has passed its second of 3 readings. Next is agenda item 34, ordinance BL 2026-1420, sponsor Webb. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the ordinance, the zoning ordinance, the Metro Government, by applying a contextual overlay district to various properties along Cumberland Hills Drive and Northside Drive, south of Gallatin Pike, zoned RS40. This is 68.2 acres. Ms. Webb, you're recognized.
I'd like to ask for another deferral till August the 4th meeting.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, there is a motion to defer the public hearing and second reading to the meeting of August 4th. It's properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this will be taken up again at the meeting of August 4th. Next is agenda item 35, ordinance BL 2026-1421, sponsor Toombs. This is ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro Government by changing from RS5 to R6A zoning for properties located at 1233 and 1235 John L. Copeland Boulevard at the southeast corner of Weekly Avenue and John Copeland Boulevard. This is 0.28 acres. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Request to open the public hearing.
Okay. I declare the public hearing open for Councilmember Toombs's Bill 1421. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Okay. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Seeing no one here on either side, Ms. Toombs, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on the bill.
Move for approval.
Okay. There is a motion to approve, robustly seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this has passed its second of 3 readings. Next is agenda item 36, ordinance BL 2026-1422, sponsor Benedict. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro Government by changing from RS 7.5 to R8A zoning for property located at 863 Argyle Avenue, located at the corner of Argyle Avenue and Emmett Avenue. This is 0.58 acres. Ms. Benedict, you are recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Argyle is correct. Thank you for that.
I know, I almost said Argyle, but I didn't.
No, you got it. I'm going to move this to for a deferral to the first meeting in August, please.
Okay, there is a motion to defer, properly seconded, to move the public hearing and second reading of this bill to the first meeting in August, August 4th. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay. Next, are agenda items 37 and 38. They are companions to each other. Sponsor Horton. 37 is ordinance BL 2026-1423, and agenda item 38 is 1424. 1423 is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by amending a specific plan on property located at 5901 California Avenue at the southeast corner of 60th Avenue North and California Avenue, zoned SP. This is 8.12 acres to permit a mixed-use development. And again, it's companion bill 1424, which will require certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings at the aforementioned addresses in 1423. Councilmember Horton, sponsor, you're recognized, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay. I declare the public hearing open for Councilmember Horton's bills 1423 and 1424. Would all members of the public here in support of these bills please raise your hands? Thank you. Would all members of the public here in opposition to these bills please raise your hands? Okay. Seeing that there are folks here both in support and opposition, our supporting speakers go first. If the persons here in support seek to be recognized and speak, if you would go ahead and come forward to the podium and line up behind. All right, go ahead, sir. You are recognized.
Good evening. I'm Wesley Smith here in a personal capacity. I live right down the street from this, and what I'm most excited selfishly for this project is it fills a pretty significant sidewalk gap from my apartment to West Park. I walk this stretch several times a week. I did this morning before work. There's no sidewalk on either side of the street on the frontage of this property on 60th, and so it connects basically from the food project to West Park, also from St. Luke's Community House to the park as well. So it does a lot of what we say we want more of in this city, fills sidewalk gaps paid by developers, and it builds more housing. And so that's as simple as it gets for me, and I hope you will support it. Thank you.
All right, I just do want to make a point of clarification. Mr. Horton has several items on the agenda this evening, but this is an SP zoning particular to the nations on which you just spoke. Thank you, sir. But I do just want to make sure that folks hearing Mr. Horton's name did not queue up as it relates to data centers. But if you are here to speak on that item in the nations, go ahead and come on forward, sir. You're recognized.
Good evening. My name is Dean White. My family owns the property at 5901 California. I want to express my support for the proposed project. We've been a business owner in the nations for over a decade. We've become very familiar with kind of what works and what doesn't work within the group, and we think it's very important to have residential opportunities as well as commercial opportunities, and that's what this project does. Unfortunately, as the owner of this property, we've had a lot of really bad things happen. Our property is now vacant because of the SP that was going to go on the property. Our tenants vacated. We've had numerous break-ins at the building. All the copper wire's been stripped out of the building. We've got vagrants that are living in the property. We called the police numerous times to try to get this situation addressed, and it's been a real drain on us and on the project. This project would deliver housing, retail space, and a better landscape community with more trees and new sidewalks. The team behind the project has spent a lot of time working with the people in the neighborhood, trying to find common ground. I think we have got the support of a large percentage of the people in the neighborhood as a result of these efforts, although we do still have some opposition. We're ready to sell this property, and unfortunately our plan B would have to be resorting to an industrial use or continuing an industrial use in the middle of a almost 100% residential neighborhood, which we think would be very adverse to the neighborhood. So we ask y'all to join us in supporting this project.
All right, thank you, sir. Next, speaking in support of Mr. Horton's Bill 1423, go ahead, ma'am, and the nations.
Hi, my name is Marjan Rafat. I'm a homeowner and resident of District 20. I wholeheartedly support this proposal. I welcome this development that would augment our neighborhood's character. We're in great need of walkable spaces to build community, and adding both housing and businesses would help us achieve this. I'm a mother as well, and I look forward to communal spaces that would allow for my child to walk or bike safely in the neighborhood. It's no secret that there is a housing shortage in Nashville, and we continue to perpetuate an artificial shortage by trying to block important measures like this one. Opponents of this measure, by and large, do not have a stake in this neighborhood. They either don't live here, don't send their kids to our public schools, and don't meaningfully invest in our community. More housing would help families and renters move in. The arguments against this are provably false. Evidence-based research shows that renters socialize and participate in their communities rather than detract from them. We need housing options for people who would like to put down roots in the area but can't afford a single-family home. In addition, we need more families to attend our local public school where my child will be starting in the fall. More registered students means more much-needed resources as we lag behind compared to other Nashville public schools. And property taxes paid by developers would go toward local budgets, which will provide our public schools with those resources. Opponents continue to distort facts, rely on misinformation, and provide emotional arguments that don't hold up to scrutiny. These regressive arguments seek to restrict growth and housing options for people in need due to fears that are not supported by facts. Mixed-use buildings would enhance the feeling of community in our neighborhood. This phenomenon is widely reported from Tokyo to Texas. We'll undoubtedly benefit from the small businesses and cafes that this measure would attract. Blocking this measure would prevent us from increasing the quality of our life and improving our neighborhood. This development should be encouraged here in the nations and across Nashville. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Go ahead and come on forward.
Caitlin Jones. I own a townhome in the West Mill Townhome Development, which is directly adjacent to this property. And I'm actually here for a different agenda item, but while I was sitting here for a little bit of time, I saw that this was on the agenda and attended a community meeting about it. So I just wanted to vote or say that I'm in support of this project. Again, I've lived in that townhome for several years and have seen the property just become derelict. There's, and I just think that this development, they've worked a lot with the community. Again, the developer Wood Partners came to me as a former member of the HOA board of my townhome development to set up a community meeting with the townhomes that were directly adjacent to. They've really worked, I think, to get information to us. So I'm just excited about more housing in the neighborhood. This is a perfect parcel. It's tucked in the neighborhood. I just think that the current development that they have slated is what's appropriate for the neighborhood and what's going to add to the neighborhood. And I'm excited about it as someone who has a property next door. So I just wanted to voice my favor for this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead and come on forward. Y'all can come up a little bit closer to the podium so we can just keep it moving. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, I'm Adam Nicholson. I live in District 30. I'm speaking in favor because this is the kind of thing we need to be building all over the city. We've got about 90,000 units shortfall. This area has sidewalks. Only 19% of the city has sidewalks. There's West Park City Park 2 blocks away. It's a highly desirable neighborhood, so much better to absorb this kind of demand in this area versus greenfield developments, bottlenecking off of highways. They all got to zoom through town, give us more traffic. These people are already where they want to be. I would much rather see this kind of thing in my neighborhood instead of a data center. I would love to have more neighbors in the existing desirable neighborhoods. Belmont Hillsborough just lost a 50-unit multifamily affordable unit in favor of a handful of multi-million-dollar single-family homes. So we can do better. Please support this.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir. You're recognized.
Andrew Steffens, 929 Gale Lane. I'm the project lead and managing director for Wood Partners. Alta 60th is thoughtfully designed and created mixed-use development in the heart of the nations. We've worked hard to get it to this point. The updated SP would transform an inoperable abandoned warehouse into an activated, vibrant landscape and neighborhood-appropriate development. Early in the process, we explored a large amount of commercial that project deemed to be unfeasible. So we pivoted to this plan. With this updated plan, We've retained a small retail footprint while creating a project that's both financially viable and responsive to the site's context. The updated SP has less units, more trees, sidewalks, crosswalks. We're also maintaining essentially the same height as the original SP, and it essentially adheres to the UDO guidelines. Throughout the process, we've worked closely with the neighborhood leaders, neighbors nearby, and business owners, and Councilman Horton to understand the priorities and shape a plan that supports the area's continued growth while remaining feasible to deliver. We're thankful to receive the Planning Commission's unanimous approval on April 23rd. We believe the project will bring much needed housing to Nashville, and we'd appreciate the support. Thank you.
All righty. Thank you so much. Anyone else seeking to be recognized to speak in support? All right. Now, if those among you who rose your hand in opposition would seek to speak, please do come forward at this time. Go ahead and come on down close to the podium. Go ahead, ma'am. You're recognized.
I'm Rachel Gladstone. I've lived in the Nations for 25 years. I'm here specifically to ask for a deferral this evening. The original SP grandfathered in because of featured adaptive reuse of an existing building. There's a 350-foot-long mural painted by 12 artists that will be destroyed when this building is taken down. The new SP left out any mention of this mural. The original SP had it in. It is not mentioned at all. Once the developer owns this land, they'll have the legal right to destroy this public art installation and will have no recourse to stop them. On April 27th, CM Horton assured the Neighborhood Association that the bill would not come up for first reading until fall. I've sent an email to all of you showing you the art, the beautiful art. This meant we'd have a few months to figure out what to do and how to dismantle the mural. But the first reading came on June 2nd, unbeknownst to any of us. So an artist sent a demand letter to the developer with a federal law that protects their work. The Visual Artists' Rights Act requires the developer to give 90 days notice to each of these 12 artists before their work can be touched. The developer thus far has not replied to this demand letter, which went out on June 23rd by certified mail. In the light of the accelerated timeline being pushed here, we respectfully ask for this bill to be deferred for a brief period of 3 meetings, so the artists in the community have a meaningful opportunity to pursue every possible avenue to save this iconic 350-foot mural. I know the city loves art. I know this council loves public art. It's a huge part of Nashville, and we would like a chance to save it. We don't want you to vote on the merit of the bill. Just please defer.
Your time is concluded. Thank you. Go ahead and come forward, please. You're recognized.
Hello, I'm Becky Turner. I live in Treaty Oaks in the Nations. This property is directly behind my house. And I want to read a letter from one of the artists that couldn't be here today. It says, "My name is Audie Arax. I am one of the artists who created the Nation's mural wall on 60th Avenue. This project brought together by 12 of Nashville's most prolific muralists to create a work of art that celebrates the beauty and diverse community that calls the Nation's home. This 350-foot mural has become a fixture of the Nashville's public art scene. Today, it's at risk of being destroyed as part of this redevelopment project. The artists who created the mural poured their hearts and souls in this work, and by all accounts, this is a piece of public art that was meaningful considered in the site's redevelopment plans. It's nowhere in there. We're going to lose this great piece of art. Today, I find myself in this heartbreaking position asking Metro Council for something very simple, just more time. More time to bring the artists together, time to explore the protections under federal law, time to work with the community and determine whether this irreplaceable work of art can be preserved. Nashville proudly calls itself the Athens of the South. I hope we can continue to live up to this reputation by valuing art as much as we do development. Once this mural is gone, it's gone forever. I respectfully ask to defer this bill for 3 meetings so that the artists and the community can meaningfully opportunity to take any action we can to save and work on this opportunity just to keep this piece of art. So I would appreciate any deferral at this time. So thanks for your consideration.
All righty. Anyone else seeking to be recognized to speak in opposition? We're not going back to support.
I'm in opposition.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
There's too many parking spots.
Okay.
It's less than 2 football fields away from the 19, and it's a very short bike ride away from the 50. Would just love to see developments like this with less parking. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Anyone else seeking to be recognized to speak in opposition? Seeing none, I will declare the public hearing closed for both these companion bills, and it's back to you for a motion, Mr. Horton, to get them before us. I'm sorry, sir, go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move approval with a brief comment, please.
All right, there is a motion to approve 1423 and its companion 1424, properly seconded. Go ahead.
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank all of my constituents who showed out to share their thoughts on this, both in support and those in opposition to the proposal. This is not a new project. This is an amendment to an existing SP that was approved by my predecessor back in 2023. The SP is being amended to modify a provision that requires the reuse of the existing building. That provision is being modified due to damage that the structure has incurred while it's remained vacant, both due to vandalism and an unhoused community who's been residing on the premises. The existing building is primarily remarkable because of the cool mural that's on the side of it. Ironically, that was not part of the structure that was going to be preserved in the original SP, but it will be preserved in this current one. It is the developer's intent to reuse the mural in the new development. And I'll be bringing an amendment to codify that intent on third reading and can defer it if necessary to, if we need more time to get that amendment in. And with that, I'd like to renew the motion for approval, please.
All right. There's a motion to approve 1423 and 1424 on their second of 3 readings. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting? We're in the middle of voting, so do you have a point of order?
I had when you asked for additional commentary, I put my hand up before we started voting, if I may.
We've moved on to the vote, ma'am. I apologize. I did not see you in the queue.
So you missed it, so because you missed it, then I don't get to say what I need to say?
Well, it's on its second reading. It will be in committee on its third reading, and we have already moved to the vote, so we are not going back. Okay, so we had said all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? No. Okay, Ms. Stiles will be recorded as a no. Any abstaining? Okay, this has passed its second of 3 readings. Again, it will go to committee on third reading. These bills are amendable on their third reading, okay? Next. Agenda items 39 and 40, they are companions to each other. Ordinance BL 2026-1425 and 1426, sponsor Harrell. 1425 is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government by changing from AR2A to SP zoning for property located at 3233 Hamilton Church Road, approximately 315 feet west of Buck Passer Avenue. This is 4.05 acres and located within the Hamilton Hills Urban Design Overlay to permit 24 multifamily residential units. And again, the companion is 1426. It requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings in the aforementioned 1425. Mr. Harrell, Vice Chair, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. So I would like to move to defer 1425 and 1426 one meeting due to lack of notice.
Okay, and so let's do that one, or rather 2 meetings to the next public hearing. Absolutely. For purposes of public hearing. Okay, so that will be a deferral of 2 meetings to the meeting of August 4th, and it will have its public hearing and second reading at that time. Is there a second for that motion? Okay, properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay. Next, agenda items Item 41, ordinance BL 2026-1427, sponsor and Hancock and Mr. Horton, Chair has signed on. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by changing from RS10 to R10 zoning for property located at 917 Hospital Drive, approximately 444 feet east of Kingsley Boulevard. This is 0.443 acres. Councilmember Horton, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open for Councilmember Hancock and Mr. Horton's Bill 1427. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Seeing no one here on either side, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion.
Thank you. Move for approval, please.
All right. Properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this has passed its second of 3 readings. Next is agenda item 42, ordinance BL 2026-1428, sponsor Benedict. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by changing from RS10 to MUNAS, yes, zoning for properties located at 2212 and 2216 Riverside Drive at the northwest corner of Oakhurst Drive and Riverside Drive. This is 0.60 acres. Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
All right. I declare the public hearing open for Councilmember Benedict's Bill 1428. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Okay, thank you. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Seeing no one here in opposition to the persons here in support seek to be recognized, they are shaking their head no, Ms. Benedict. So I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion.
Thank you. I'd move approval, please.
All right. There's a motion to approve. It's properly seconded. We are on to discussion. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this has passed its second of 3 readings. All right. The last non-data center item on a public hearing, just the regular old public hearing, is agenda item 43. This is ordinance BL 2026-1429, sponsor Spain. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by canceling a portion of a residential planned unit development overlay district on properties located at 8011 and 8087 Poplar Creek Road and Poplar Creek Road unnumbered, approximately 2,078 feet west of Old Harding Pike. This is 39.2 acres and it's zoned RS15 and AR2A. Councilmember Spain, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. Last but not least, I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
All right, I declare the public hearing open for Councilmember Spain's Bill 1429. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Thank you. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Okay, I see you, sir. Thank you for leaning out there. Seeing that there is a person here in opposition, does the person here in support seek to be recognized and speak? Persons in support will go first if you seek to speak. Okay. All right. You are recognized to speak in support. Go ahead. I'm sorry, ma'am. I apologize. I did not have your mic on, and I would ask that you also just stand very close to the mic as well. Thank you.
Jane Strange in support. This is family property that had a PUD overlay on it that we are seeking to take the PUD overlay off so that it can return to farm property as my father initially intended it to be. One of our children and her family want to build on it and operate it in the way that it was operated in the past and that Dad sought to have preserved.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Does the person here in opposition behind the column seek to be recognized and speak? Okay, just to make sure, anyone else here in support? Okay, go ahead. In opposition, you may come forward. Go ahead.
I'm Owen Leach. I live on Poplar Creek, and all I knew about this was they're trying to take away from it being residential, and so I figured I wanted to remain residential. But if she's saying it's going to go to farmland instead of homes, that's even better. I just didn't want it to be.
Okay. All right. So is anyone else seeking to be recognized in opposition? Okay, seeing none, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you, Mr. Spain, for a motion on your bill, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. Apparently, we could have done a better job communicating the intent of this, but as was mentioned, the existing PUD calls for another 90-plus homes on this property. It was included as a possible future Phase 5 of Poplar Creek Estates. That's not going to happen. You heard from Mr. Anchin what the intent for the property is. With that, I move approval.
Okay. All right, there's a motion to approve. Did I hear a second? All right, is there any further discussion on this bill? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this has passed its second of 3 readings. All righty. Okay, so now we are moving in to the portion of our public hearing related to data centers. This portion of the public hearing, as you all who have very patiently waited are aware, has ticketed queuing and ticketed speaking. So as not to be tedious throughout the evening, I am not going to call people sort of number by number. At this juncture, I presume we kind of have our first 5. What I am going to do occasionally is just ask the person who is speaking what their ticket number is, because I imagine over time we may have some attrition, right? And so I will just ask for that occasionally, and then I will also update sort of the listening or viewing or present public on where we are from a status standpoint. This first public hearing, and I will go to the sponsor to make it official, but this is for agenda items 44 and 45. They are companions to each other. They are bills 1391 and its companion 1392. I will just read these into the record and then recognize the sponsor. 1391, or the primary sponsor, has sponsors Horton, Porterfield, Gadd, Huffman, Welsh, Toombs, Prepty, Benedict, Spain, Parker, Weiner, Bowe, Bradford, Coupin, Ewing, Johnston, Sepulveda, Evans, Cortez, Hill, Allen, Taylor, Cap, Gamble, Gregg, Swara, Harrell, and Druffel as of this printing. So a lot of sponsors. This 1391 is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws to add various new data center uses and related definitions and conditions to the zoning code. 1392 is the companion to that bill that requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. So Mr. Horton, you are recognized, sir. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
All right. I declare the public hearing open for Council Member Horton's bills 1391 and 1392. We are just going to proceed through. Let's see. Did we actually ask if anybody is in opposite? Okay. So this is just like we do at the budget public hearing. If you're for or against or whatever, you are just speaking on this bill. But I will, I guess for purposes of dramatic photography, ask, would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hands? Okay. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Okay. All right. As I stated earlier, and just for the general public to be aware, we are going to have our staff support folks in getting queued in ticketed order. We don't want folks to be standing too long, and we will continue to call people kind of from the mezzanine and down from the third floor as needed. I do want to share with folks, as you contemplate whether or not you wish to speak this evening. You may be here for several hours. You are here in numbers, and we see and we feel that. You may feel that folks have, spoken great words with which you concur. So you each have 2 minutes. You don't have to use the entirety of your 2 minutes, nor if you see that others are saying what you might want to say, the ticket that you have does not require you to speak, okay? You might change your mind. You are very welcome. You are very welcome to speak. I do want to let you know that as of 8 p.m., there were 245 ticketed, yes, sir?
How many sponsors do we have on this bill?
28.
28 sponsors?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And yeah, and those were the 28 sponsors that I read into the record. I think Mr. Taylor is perhaps mentioning that because what that implies, this bill is, if every sponsor votes in favor, is likely to pass this evening. So as of 8 p.m., there were 245 ticketed speakers. So everybody, if you want to do the math, 2 times 245 speakers is an 8-hour public hearing. Okay? And so this is a public hearing. Folks who want to speak will be heard. But I would ask that with respect to everyone here, let's think about this as we go along, okay? And so with that, the public hearing is open. And so if our first speaker would please come forward.
Hi, I was not expecting to have to go first, but good evening. My name is Catherine Wyant, and I live in the Davidson County side of Hermitage, Tennessee, in Council District 14. I'm here to speak in support of Ordinance BL 2026-1391 because I want strong and permanent rules and regulations around data centers in Nashville and Davidson County, not just at Fisk University or the zoo, and not just for 6 months. This means not a single large-scale data center goes up in Davidson County, hopefully forever. But if not that, then until the full scope of effects on our power grid, infrastructure, water, and public health can be fully understood, and the companies who want to build them can fully account for how they are going to mitigate these effects so that the population of Middle Tennessee is not left bearing the health and financial consequences of the current run on unnecessary data centers being built to capitalize on massive tax cuts to corporations, including DC Blocks, a company headquartered in Atlanta, Georgia. Thank you to Councilmember Horton, my Councilmember Huffman, and all the other sponsors of this ordinance for looking out for Davidson County residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, go ahead. Folks, we're going to move much faster if we don't have clapping, and if folks at the podium will just come on right on up and roll on through. Go ahead, sir, you're recognized.
Thank you. Everyone, my name is Rick Heron. I'm a resident of Nashville, live in Germantown neighborhood. I'm a volunteer leader with the Tennessee chapter of the Sierra Club. I'd like to share my personal thoughts on BL 2026, 1391, and 1448 tonight. The rapid and unchecked growth of data centers is quickly overwhelming utilities, putting ratepayers at risk of increased bills, undermining our environmental goals and public health, and putting our air, water, and climate at risk. I urge council members to support both bills, 1391 and 1448, to protect Davidson County from the adverse impacts we've seen not only in Memphis, but all across the country, where tech companies are allowed to run roughshod over communities. I support 1391 as a first step in the right direction, but the current language in 1391 must be strengthened. We need to be vigilant to have not only the intent, but the reality of protections with real teeth. And what we don't need are holes big enough to drive a trailer bed full of noisy, polluting gas turbines through. To that end, I urge council members to support amendments to 1391 that include the following. 1, the use of renewable energy, and substantially increasing the requirements in the bill so that any projects do not move us backwards from our own city's goal of reducing community-wide greenhouse gas emissions 80% by 2050. To the extent any emissions-producing generators are allowed at all for on-site power, there need to be very strict, strong limitations so that these on-site power generators are not used for routine operations or as a substitute for any grid power produced by NES and TVA. Also need written confirmation from NES or TVA that they have or will have the capacity to fully serve any projects so that power reliability for the rest of us will not be compromised. Again, speak in support of this bill. Language needs to be strengthened. I urge the council members to support these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead and come on forward. You're recognized.
Hello, my name is Amber Rose. I am a homeowner in District 7. Shout out to Councilwoman Benedict. Ditto what they said. I support it, and I'm glad there's 28 sponsors, so thanks.
Thank you. Go ahead and come on forward. You're recognized.
My name's Megan Castleberry. I live in Nashville in District 5. I'm a member of the Middle Tennessee Democratic Socialist chapter, and I support BL 2026-1391 to hopefully, in the future, with strengthened language, prevent the construction of all data centers, but if not to prevent, then to strictly regulate. The use of AI in both fields, arts and education, simply must be regulated, as it's taking a direct toll on the creative job market as well as the well-being of young people whom I work directly with, both in Davidson and in Williamson counties. The use of AI systems aside, it's been shown time and time again that environmental impact of data centers on local communities and the planet at large are undeniably awful. I'm a proud born and raised Tennessean. I have moved out of state and back here largely in support of the natural beauty of living here. And those data centers wrecking that natural beauty is a direct attack against our humanity and against Tennesseans. So we're in support of this bill. Glad to see you all are too. Long live Tennessee.
Thank you so much. Go ahead and come forward. And could you share your ticket number, please?
Yes, I'm ticket number 6.
Go ahead.
And my name is Rachel Glidden, and I live in District 7, and I'm here to support BL 2026-1391. I want to ask the question, I guess, of the group, which is basically, if the people building these data centers don't want to live by them, why should we? That's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Go ahead and come on forward.
Ticket number 7, my name is Riley Noonan. I live in Nashville in District 6, and I'm here in support of BL 2026-1391. I concur with everything that's been said before, and I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. Go ahead and come on forward, sir. You're recognized.
I am ticket number 8.
Not everybody has to state their ticket. I'm just going to ask occasionally, but thank you. Go ahead.
My name is Henry Bennett Jones. I have lived in District 24. I am in support of BL 2026-1391. I've lived in Nashville my entire life, and I've gone to the zoo as a child. And I think that, you know, on behalf of everyone that has grown up going to the zoo and on behalf of those that want to be able to enjoy the zoo in the future, I think that a data center there would be a extreme detriment to my ability and others' ability to enjoy going to the zoo, and an extreme detriment to the surrounding neighborhoods of Nolensville Pike. Thank you.
Appreciate you coming out. Thank you. Go ahead, sir. You're recognized.
My name is Amir Myers.
Mr. Myers, can you pull that mic up so I can hear you a little bit better? Go ahead, sir.
My name is Amir Myers. I am from District 28 around the Antioch area, and I am in support of both bills. And honestly, I just have to say, what's the point of innovation if it's going to lead to the harm of others? And I yield my time.
Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am. Come on forward. And if you could share your ticket number.
I am ticket number 10.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening. I'm Emily Tatarin. I am in District 29, and for the sake of brevity, I'm here to tell you that I am in support of this bill. I am a 5th generation Nashvillian. My daughters are 6th generation, and I would like to leave Nashville in a better place than how I found it and how I grew up here. So please pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Go ahead and come on forward. Go ahead and come on forward. You're recognized. If everybody could keep coming forward, not leaning against the wall, go ahead and come on forward. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hello, I'm number 11, Alex Van Zeeland from Inglewood, and I support BL 2026-1391. 250 years ago, our forefathers fought for our right to live in a free country, and 250 years later, I find myself questioning, am I truly free? Am I free when my government gives tax breaks to billionaires for the construction of a building that harms my neighbors? Am I truly free when my cost of living skyrockets and the only answer we the people receive is deal with it? Am I truly free when my data is more valuable than my life, your life, and the animals caught in between? And when our rights and civil liberties are eroded by corruption and greed, history shows what comes next. The seed of revolution, just like our forefathers before us. We don't want watered down restrictions. We don't want half measures. We don't want data centers at all. Consider this my crate of tea thrown into the Boston Harbor, and may this movement inspire every other state in between this country to follow suit and call out the people in power who look to profit off the harm of our citizens.
All right, thank you. Go ahead and come forward, sir. You're recognized. Let's please not pause in between speakers, sir. Come on forward. Thank you, sir. You're recognized.
My name is Alan Deal. I'm in support of 1391. And if heaven were on earth, it would have to be the zoo. There is so much to see and a whole lot to do. From the gibbons to the rhinos, the zoo is the place to go. Where else can you say pink flamingos? There is a lot to do, and you never can tell. You might even ride a wild animal on the carousel. You can soar like an eagle way up in the sky, or ride a toy train while the people wave by. But it isn't just the animals that you see at the zoo. The one thing I hope to see is you. Let's not put this data center here. It don't belong. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your poem. Okay, go ahead and come forward. You're recognized.
Hello, my name is Darcy Heiser. I live in Nashville in District 5, and I support Bill 1391. I'm a Nashville native and the daughter of a prominent figure in animal activism. My mom started the first no-kill animal shelter in Greater Nashville. As an animal rights activist, my mom spoke for the voiceless, and that is why I am here today. I do not want to see a data center built near the zoo. This isn't just about the animals, it's also about the human impact. There are 3 facts that support why we should not have data centers in Davidson County at all. Power supply. A typical data center takes up power of over 100,000 homes. Residents already experience the horrors that was Winter Storm Fern. The residents of Davidson County do not need to see rising electrical costs and failed systems again. Water pollution. Our rivers already have been tested and have shown a persistent presence of forever chemicals of PFAS. We don't need more water pollution. Noise pollution. Data centers can make noise of up to 85 decibels. This noise won't just impact the zoo animals. That noise impacts the entire city's ecosystem. For example, birds, frogs, squirrels, and bats have mating calls that depend on acoustical environments. Simply, we will see a change in our wildlife species and food chain as a result of this data center. In summary, we do not need any new data centers. I support Bill 1391 because it puts restrictions and rules in place about data centers, and that's a start. Truly, Bill 1391 is only a compromise to no data centers at all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Could you share your ticket number, please?
Number 15.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Go ahead.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and Council. I'm Penny Judd. I'm a Goodlettsville resident, and I serve on the Nashville Zoo Board. I am here in support of Council approving measures to create zoning rules for data centers and other lawful measures to protect the zoo. While economic growth is key to a vibrant city, this pause to review and amend land use policies is an important and responsible step toward balancing quality of life with economic growth, so that children of all ages can enjoy the zoo for years to come. Our family has cherished the Nashville Zoo, visiting often for the past 20 years, enjoying the wildlife and beautiful, serene setting. And it is such an asset for children and families and a great treasure for everyone in our region. Our community has this significant opportunity to protect animal habitats, park space, and surroundings for generations to come. With over 500,000 petition signatures, it is evident that our community agrees with this sentiment. Further, I support innovation and technological advancement as a tool toward greater prosperity and American competitiveness. This location is simply not the right place or land use for a data center, next door to this park setting with animal habitats and surrounding neighborhoods. In closing, the Nashville Zoo is thriving as Nashville's #1 tourist attraction with over 1.3 million visitors in 2025, as reported in the Nashville Business Journal. I share this to encourage council to rally around building upon this momentum of great things happening at the zoo and protecting this amazing asset for our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hello, my name is Noelle Shaw. I am a resident of District 33, and I am here in support of this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, come on forward.
Hi, my name is Katie Bridgeforth. I'm a resident of District 13 near BNA and Donaldson. I'm here speaking tonight in support of BL 2026-1391. Legislation surrounding data centers is important for our city. Having clear guidelines surrounding how and where data centers can operate supports the people and animals Nashville calls home. Legislation, once passed, can be amended as we seek to better protect our homes, our communities, our safe places. Legislation sets a clear precedent. Nashville protects her communities. Research shows the negative effects of data centers on communities. To summarize, data centers disrupt the ability to live life. In our own city, 2 proposed sites near Fisk University and the Nashville Zoo have united people in support of better legislation to keep communities safe. BL 2026-1391 is the start in keeping schools like Pearl Cone and MLK safe from disruptions in education. BLK 2026-1391 is the start in protecting the Nashville Zoo, a place beloved by the animals who live there and the people who visit. For the representatives who have supported this bill, thank you for your support of Nashville. And for those of you still deciding, I am asking for your support of BL 2026-1391, protecting Nashville and what she holds dear. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead and come on forward.
Good evening. My name is Dan Russell, and I live in District 21 and work in the environmental sector. I am here because although I support BL 2026-1391, I want to see the following changes made to it. First, we need clearer definitions outlining what kinds of data centers are allowed to be built regardless of size. Right now, quote, data center is a catch-all term ranging from basic school computer labs to advanced cloud computing and AI use. We need clarity here and much stricter restrictions put forth on data centers using advanced cloud computing and AI that have shown more harmful environmental and public health impacts regardless of their size. Second, I don't believe the recommended distances for new data center builds close to residential, academic, religious, and conservation areas go far enough. Small data centers should now be 1 mile away, medium data centers should now be 2 miles away, and large data centers should now be 3 miles away. Third, all new data center builds must run on 100% renewable energy resources. This includes both primary and backup power in the event of a shutdown. Again, no exceptions. There needs to be a local incentive program to transition current data centers to run on 100% renewable energy. Fourth and finally, revise Section 7 on, quote, permits to data centers, underline item I, to where data center operators must give now quarterly compliance reports at the beginning of each fiscal quarter, as opposed to the current language saying only once a year, no later than the 1st of January. Keep these companies accountable. Thank you, and please consider my revisions.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hi, my name is Jack Settle. I live in District 16. My home is on Sanford Avenue, which is 3/4 of a mile from 648 Grassmere. Additionally, I work for an audiovisual company located less than half a mile from 648 Grassmere in District 26. And also just want to thank all the sponsors of this bill, specifically Council Members Horton, Welsh, and Johnston. As you probably guessed, I am strongly opposed to new data centers being built anywhere in the city, especially right next to me. I have many concerns, as others have mentioned: noise, environmental impact, energy use, property value, and the quality of life in my neighborhood. I feel like my neighborhood has so much potential, and this would be a big kick in the face to put that there. Nashville is a very special place. It's, as was mentioned in the invocation, it's an international hub for business, music, healthcare, tourism, and so much more. My little slice of that I fit into is music and entertainment. I'm a singer and songwriter. I'm fortunate to get to play on occasion at the Bluebird Cafe. And every time I play there, I meet people from like at least 2 other countries and probably 10 other states. Those people don't come here to see our data centers. They come here for our music, for our talent, for Tennessee's incredibly beautiful scenery. So let's continue to make Nashville a welcoming place to visitors, but most importantly, a safe, comfortable home for its residents. The people of Nashville have made it clear today what they want. I'm sure you all heard the chanting outside and outside the building. So I'm asking that you vote in favor of us, people of Nashville, and not in favor of an out-of-state corporation. Asking you to say no to data centers and say yes to greenery. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead and come on forward. Hello, welcome. You can pull that mic way down. Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
My name is Josiah. I live in District 5. I love the zoo and I want the animals to stay happy and healthy. Thank you.
Thank you. Hang on, Josiah, wait there. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Sarah Rivas. I live in McFerrin Park in East Nashville, Council District 5. I am here in support of this bill. My 8-year-old goes to school about 1.5 miles from this proposed data center site, and I want him to have clean air, clean water, but the reality is every single 8-year-old in Nashville deserves that, just like my son, in every part of Nashville. So I urge the council to consider that it's the government's responsibility to regulate corporate interests before they hurt people, before they hurt animals, before they hurt the environment, if at all possible. And I urge the council to consider that in all of the data center bills going forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, come on forward. You're very welcome. You can pull that.
Hi, my name is Jenny Mott. My district is 29 and I support this bill. One issue I have is with the Metro stormwater permits, documents showing that all 3 of the site's stormwater drainage outfalls from the data center currently flow onto the existing stormwater infrastructure located on the zoo property. According to permit documents, a water and sewer review was canceled with no explanation. A noise review was approved, but no documents have been provided from it. The zoo's stormwater retention system is already strained, and the zoo's retention pond works overtime to filter stormwater runoff where the data center plans to be built. The infrastructure protects groundwater and streams that not only run through the zoo, but also through the neighboring community. The data center will have detrimental impacts on the well-being of the animals at the zoo. Effects of noise pollution from AI centers on animals are chronic stress, disruptive breathing patterns, hearing damage. The constant hum can disrupt and mask natural sounds that the animals use to communicate amongst themselves, leaving them confused and agitated. Prolonged or sudden noises can cause direct hearing damage, heightened anxiety, cardiovascular or the effects of the air pollution on animals can compromise their respiratory systems, give them neurological damage, and reproductive failure. The U.S. already has 8 times more data centers than any other country. We have 4,280 data centers. The closest to us has 527 data centers. That is by far the greatest number of data centers in the world. And this also, my notes were more for the zoo, but I also disagree with it next to the FISC because of the same dangers, noise pollution, air quality, and the stream water or energy.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming out. Yep. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hi, my name is Jax Mott, and the Nashville Zoo is ranked top 10 zoos in the country and top 10 attractions in Tennessee. And all 6 primates at the zoo are endangered or critically endangered. The Amur leopard, Sumatran tiger, clouded leopards, cheetahs, eastern hellbenders, and the Nashville crayfish. The zoo has over 350 species and 3,000 animals. And the zoo participates in over 50 species survival plans. AI data centers are being built at an alarming pace, posing possible risk to diverse and vulnerable communities. This one could be feet away from the most fragile and rare collections of animals in the country. The zoo's incredibly rare animals and endangered animals are the Amur leopard, which is the world's rarest big cat. The spotted fauna is the first American zoo. The Nashville Zoo is the first American zoo to successfully breed this rare animal. The Sumatran tigers are the rarest tigers on Earth, and the Maasai giraffes are endangered species. The zoo is a great place, and I love seeing the animals happy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Could you please share with me your ticket number? 24. Okay, folks, we started at 8:37. It is now 9:01, and we're on our 24th speaker, so we're moving in good time. Go ahead, ma'am.
I'm Perry Del Favreau from District 20. In a perfect world, we wouldn't need zoos, but our world isn't perfect. Human progress has inflicted a permanent scar on the creatures who share our planet, and we can't turn back the clock. But we can create places that protect wildlife and promote conservation. Zoos. Let's talk about the elephant in the room. Some people don't like zoos. I love sharing with skeptics what I've learned in my 2 decades of involvement with the Nashville Zoo. These educational institutions are highly regulated by governing bodies overseeing construction materials, diets, even which bears are permitted to hump each other. The zoos of our childhood looked very different, and as our knowledge has grown, they've evolved. Zoos are the reason we still have so many previously endangered species. Our Nashville Zoo has released over 40,000 crested toad tadpoles to their native Puerto Rico. Countless wild animals of today descend from those raised responsibly in human care. It is through this work that I believe we're atoning for our environmental sins. Zoos didn't earn our trust quickly or by accident. Over time, society and government demanded standards, transparency, and accountability. The CEO of DC Blocks claimed, much of the concern expressed is related to last generation data centers that were less efficient and utilized older technology. This is misleading, to put it nicely. In this context, last generation doesn't mean decades, not even 1 decade. He's referencing facilities that were considered state-of-the-art only a few years ago. His own words prove my point. Data centers are evolving so quickly that they're a complete unknown, as is their long-term impact. Responsible oversight shouldn't be an afterthought. It should be the starting point. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hello, my name is Dara Rosencrantz-Kadar, and I'm a District 27 resident and homeowner. I'm here to express support for BL 2026-1391, strong legislation that protects every neighborhood in Nashville from the dangers of data centers. We have the opportunity to prevent terrible harm, and we must. In my Jewish tradition, one of our most important values is tikkun olam, which is usually translated as repairing the world. However, many Jewish scholars have argued that a more authentic translation is actually preventing harm by setting up systems that stop harm before it occurs. That is what we have the opportunity to do with this legislation, and we must. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, welcome.
Hello, my name is Olivia Cantrell. This is Polly Fern. We are 4th and 5th generation Nashvillians. I think my fellow citizens have hammered home the ideas that really illustrate how negative data centers can be, the consequences in which obviously have been said. It is no secret that data centers destroy the environment in which surrounds them, as well as the quality of life. So although I support legislation such as this, I'm proposing something for you guys to think about and think about steadfastly. I would suggest that we ban them entirely in the city of Nashville. I would love for them to be banned entirely in the state of Tennessee as well. And that leads me to the next question. Do we make decisions that are good for Nashville? Are we steadfast in our moral compass, or are we misaligned? In only my short lifetime, I've seen things happen in Nashville that break my heart. I've seen us degenerate. I've seen choices that leave our local businesses and homeowners hanging at the gallows. If property taxes were gallows, you guys would tell us to hang in there. You know, there's not much that we can do on our end except for speak our voice and our opinions and tell you that I don't think the future is AI. Inherently in my heart, I believe AI is anti-human, and I think data centers are anti-human as well. I'm not anti-technology, not by any stretch of the imagination, but I am against anything that is anti-human, and listen to your hearts.
Thank you. Go ahead, come on forward. You're recognized.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Vesna Galovic. I live in North Nashville, District 21, and I'm here in support of BL 2026-1391. I wanted to begin by acknowledging this very moment. Today, people from across Davidson County took the time away from their jobs, their families, their responsibilities to come here and ask you to protect something we all share: our resources, our neighborhoods, our wildlife, the air we breathe, and the water we drink. If I wanted to build an even small industrial operation on my own property, I couldn't. There are zoning laws, setbacks, noise regulations, and environmental protections that exist to protect my neighbors. So why should facilities that consume enormous amounts of water and electricity and have the potential to create significant negative impacts on our communities be held to lower standards? BL 2026-1391 is an important first step, but it should do more than just determine where data centers may be built. Before any project is approved, there should be independent, transparent evidence that it will not harm nearby residents, strain our water and power infrastructure, increase noise and pollution, or add to the cumulative burdens already carried by communities like North Nashville. The burden of proof should rest with the project, not with the community. Growth should never occur and come at the expense of the people who call this city home. Our neighborhoods are not industrial parks. They are homes, schools, hospitals, parks, and communities that make Nashville what it is, and they are worth protecting. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. You're recognized.
Hello. My name is Calvin Canada, like the country, District 21. And I'm here to support Bill 2026-1391. There's a lot that's been said, but I'm here to go further and talk about the accountability enforcement. So I'm here to advocate the use of community benefits agreements, which is a mechanism for the establishment of transparency between the developer and the community, as well as enforceable accountability. Community benefits agreement will require the data center owners to do things like restrict which energy sources are permitted and restricted, capacity caps, local labor requirements, and publishing of all reports such as the utility of most of the servers, all of the servers, seeing as most of the servers that we have currently are not even being operated near capacity, as well as data from sensors installed to monitor the environment, which keep the community informed on the impact of the data center on their lives instead of relying on words which all too often have been hollow. After all, we wouldn't want a repeat of the data center debacle in Memphis. This will be a step forward to ensuring this never happens again. And that's all for me.
Thank you very much. Go ahead and come on forward. You're recognized.
Hello, my name is Olivia Melita. I live in District 17, and I support Bill 2026-1391. The ideal scenario would there to be no data centers at all, but with this bill, the overall harm imposed by these centers is mitigated. And the people recognize that AI benefits no one except the tech oligarchs and anybody on their bankroll. And any part in the progress of AI is an unmistakable betrayal against the American people that we won't forget. There are 546,890 signatures on a change.org petition opposing the Zoo Data Center and 17,459 signatures opposing the Fisk University Data Center. You're public servants. You're supposed to act in the interest of the people. With this bill, I call on you to not so shamelessly sell out Nashville. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Go ahead.
My name is Taylor Darden from District 28, and I am here in support of BL 2026-1391. And I would just like to say that as human beings, we are the only species that has the willingness and ability to deliberately use our resources in such a negative capacity. There are thousands of species in the state of Tennessee and over 350 of them represented in the Nashville Zoo alone. And while I think, as my predecessor said, it would be great to have no data centers at all, putting one anywhere in a community, anywhere near the animals and those that cannot speak for themselves is an egregious error and should be opposed. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Could you please share your ticket number?
31.
31. Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, my name's Ezra Howard. I live in District 22. I think what this whole debacle sort of illustrates here is this is a lot of reaction. Like even this legislation, while I support it and I think it's good, and I think you've gotten a lot of good feedback on things to make it stronger tonight. It shows we're all reacting to things. And even the ad hoc, previous 43-ish items that are a bunch of zoning, that's an ad hoc sort of approach. So we need to really think about, and I want to impress upon you, like a proactive approach to zoning on this, like just all of Nashville. We downzoned like almost the entire city in the 90s, and we really need to think about like what is a human-centered, housing-centered approach to zoning that can get us to the affordability that we want and not just sort of picking at the margins. We'll do this lot, then that lot, and then we're found flat-footed with, a data center that we didn't think of, ahead of time. And not only that, just because I have a minute left, because I don't have prepared notes, I really just wanted to take a picture of my kid with Foe's resolution. There needs to be better lines of communication between the administration and council too, because like this was at least on some level known by the administration, and this could have been brought a lot sooner, in my opinion. I don't know the back end stuff. You guys can talk that out. But yeah, this seems to keep happening where someone knows something, but it's not making it down the line to legislation. So I think that needs to be, improved either both on your side and the administration side, because it just, between this and the Boring Company, because it has, a lot of sort of reverberations of that story too. It just needs to be, proactive and not reactive. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Still a lot of people out there, so good luck.
Yeah. Go ahead and come on forward. You're recognized.
Hi, I'm Carolina Sears. I'm resident of District 10, and I'm also an environmental justice advocate here in Nashville. I'm in support of the regulation with BL 2026-1391 with some caveats, but before I share those, I really want to urge our city council to legislate more policies promoting clean air in Nashville. I am someone who suffers from a severe lung condition as a CF carrier and with severe asthma, and I already struggle to breathe healthily in this county. According to the 2026 American Lung Association State of the Air, we are the 39th most polluted city in particle pollution, and we have a failing grade when it comes to federal air standards. Data centers have a reputation for being bad for clean air and water, but with regulation, their impacts can be ameliorated. I suggest that the City Council consider these amendments to the existing bill. Renewable energy. Encourage the use of it to power data centers. The more of it, the better. However, due to the state's peculiar definition of renewable energy, I would encourage explicit language that specifies wind and solar energy and not fossil fuels such as natural gas. I co-sign what others have said about the distance between data centers and key places like residences, parks, schools, etc. They need to be farther away from people where people and animals live and patron. And lastly, portable fossil fuel turbines. Don't allow the data centers to use them. They are heavily polluting, and our friends in Memphis dealing with XAI could tell you all about how they are bad for our air and our health. And please remember, as you legislate, clean air is not optional. It is a human right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, sir. You're recognized.
I'm Dan Jurenko, District 6. I represent Climate Nashville, a Tennessee Interfaith Power and Light, and the Creation Care Ministries of the Tennessee Western Kentucky Conference of the United Methodist Church. So 3 organizations and a lot of folks. TVA just released its IRP. It's an integrated resource plan. It has a potential massive natural gas build out due to data centers, which would essentially decimate any chance to decarbonize Tennessee and for Nashville to meet its carbon goals. So our organizations would really we really commend the work that's been done, and we really appreciate the work that's been done, but we'd like to see this strengthened to make sure that data centers, if they are going to be built out, are built out in ways that have renewable energy and don't have portable gas turbines. I do a lot of work in Memphis, and that's a disaster. We don't want that to see that happen here in Nashville. And so for climate reasons and environmental justice reasons, we just we appreciate the work, but would urge you to strengthen the legislation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Go ahead and come forward. You're recognized.
Good evening. My name is Yana Ninus, and I am a resident of Nashville in District 30. I'm here this evening to speak in support of Councilmember Horton's legislation, BL 2026-1391, to restrict and regulate data centers. I live within 5 minutes of the zoo, so the proposed data center will directly affect me and my neighbors. DC Blocks has said they will build a quiet data center at only 50 megawatts, but there are data centers in northern Georgia, southwest Michigan, and Texas that are 30 megawatts, and residents there are registering 60 decibels as a consistent noise. Consistent noise at this level has been proven to affect mental health in humans and well-being, and not to mention the effect it has on animals and pets who have even more sensitive hearing than we do. This is only one of the many concerns that I have. I don't have time to speak on the severe environmental effects or unnecessary water usage or the increased electricity bills, which I don't want. And even if DC Blocks addresses all of these issues, which I don't trust them as far as I could throw them, the constant pushing and the no means yes attitude is predatory and unwelcome. To the council members that have shown support for this legislation, thank you for showing you care about us. And for the council members that have not yet shown your support, we see you and we'll know who to vote out next. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead and come on forward. Could you share your ticket number, please?
Hi, yes, 35.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Wesley Porter, and I live in Council District 19. And I'm here today to voice my support for BL 2026-1391. I urge the City Council to enact common sense regulations around large-scale data centers, like the one endangering the zoo and at Fisk. I work in tech. The proliferation of data centers should not be decided solely by those who profit from them. Large-scale data centers are not inevitable. We have a choice. We do not have to accept a future of increased energy costs, pollution, and most importantly, harm to our overall community. Our community shouldn't bear the cost for the expedient, personal enrichment of a few. This is a nonpartisan issue. I strongly encourage the council to listen to the unified voice of the community. Support and pass BL 2026-1391 into law. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Go ahead and come on forward. And if folks could come up a little bit closer to the podium, that way we could just rotate right on through. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Grace Wegener. I'm a resident of East Nashville in District 6, and I strongly support BL 2026-1391. I concur with what has been said so far. I believe data centers don't belong anywhere in Nashville at all, but if they are built, they must be subject to strict regulation and oversight to avoid the catastrophic impacts to residents, animals, and natural areas that you've been hearing about tonight. We cannot let technological growth come at the expense of working people and our environment. Thank you to all the sponsors of this bill. I hope those who are undecided will prioritize the people of Nashville and support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Good evening. My name is Winston Wellington Wright, a proud alumni of Fisk University, class of 2017, and tonight I'm here to speak in support of BL 1391 and to ask you all to ensure the legislation remains strong enough to protect North Nashville from the proposed 30-megawatt data center shell at Fisk University. A few weeks ago, I created a petition against the proposed data center at Fisk that has gained over 17,000 signatures, as mentioned earlier. I want to be clear that despite the rhetoric being shared by some officials across the city, Fisk does not want a data center on campus. The Fisk University Administration and Board of Trustees may have interest in placing a potentially harmful and destructive building in the heart of 37208, but many alumni, residents, and students have no interest in being the test subjects for a potential quote-unquote do no harm experiment when communities across the country have been fighting back against these buildings that have been making everyday people sick. And while I know many of you may be in support of this ordinance, I have to call out the optics that are at play. Currently, it appears as if Nashville cares more about animals than we do about the residents of North Nashville, many of whom have already been impacted by other forms of harmful infrastructure like Interstate 40, which has forced current and former residents to live with a legacy of intentional harm, displacement, and health impacts that still have not been solved for. Allowing the Fisk University administration to build a data center of the proposed size and power usage would exacerbate and be a continuation of the historic and current harm done on the neighborhood. Again, the Fisk community does not want this data center. This is why I'm asking you all to reinforce through this ordinance protections that will hold the current university administration accountable and make no exceptions to allow a large AI data center in 37208. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Go ahead, sir. You're recognized.
Good evening, council members. My name is Scott Hefflinger. I reside in the Union Hill region of northern Davidson County, and I'm here representing myself, but as well the Middle Tennessee group of the Sierra Club. We believe that data centers are a necessity for the future of our nation as a leader in technology, but we must develop reasonable rules and regulations to accommodate the infrastructure relating to these centers, no matter their size. Data centers are not simply another warehouse or office building. They are a new class of critical infrastructure. Although this is not a decision directly on the table tonight, we strongly believe that placing a data center near our zoo that could be expanded to quite a large footprint is not in the best interest of all the residents of Davidson County, in addition to the zoo itself. Now there is an opportunity to be a leader in developing rules and regulations that go beyond this to be more comprehensive in overall consideration of all resources, including water resources and pollution. Many data centers across the nation have been consuming water at an alarming rate. Even those that say they are recycling the water are discharging polluting water into sewer systems or natural streams. Electrical needs, including grid risk and effects on TVA, carbon emissions throughout the region, air emissions from all sources, particularly emissions producing turbines, noise, including all sensitive animals at risk, use of renewable energy sources in lieu of conventional sources that increase greenhouse gases, land use, long-term and comprehensive impacts. Given the above, we believe that a comprehensive set of new zoning regulations is needed and that BL 2026-1391 could be a start with additional requirements to better serve the needs of the community in the future. An option would be to impose a moratorium while those improved regulations are finalized. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, sir. You're recognized.
Hello. The night before the last one of these public hearings, I weirdly had a conversation with Jeff Uphughes, the CEO of DC Blocks, and I asked him to convince me. I asked him, what's in this for me? How is this project going to positively impact my life? Long story short, he completely failed to convince me in any way. I'm even more skeptical about his honesty now. And this is extremely subjective, but I'm completely skeptical about his honesty. And maybe the more objective takeaway from the conversation is that, yeah, there is no upside to this. These companies don't come here, to improve our lives. They come here to make money. Among the crazy things he said at one point was that his priorities are his employees, his clients, and then his investors in that order. So I waited to see if he would, I let him dig his own grave a little, waited to see if he would say the community or consent. Didn't occur to him. So that's the kind of person we're dealing with. There's a lot I could share about the conversation. He's talked at me for like 30 minutes straight. I barely got a word in. And he sounds just dead set on this project going through no matter what. He said they've already put too much time into it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And let's see. Well, I just want people to keep in mind, these people lie. They lie all the time. I mean, the president lies now and no one blinks an eye. One thing he was harping over and over again is how this is not that kind of data center. We're not that kind of company, but that's probably what they told everyone in Memphis. His website says they're going to be AI ready, whatever that means. And then he is trying to be that kind of company. So full skepticism, don't trust these people. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized. Could you share your ticket number, please?
I'm number 40.
Ticket number 40. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you for recognizing me. My name is Andrea Young. I am a former zookeeper at the Nashville Zoo, and I'm also a current master's degree candidate at Harvard University in the field of conservation biology. And I do appreciate y'all for letting me speak here, and I appreciate the care that I see that you are putting into this project. I have a short story for you. The great auk, it was a flightless bird, similar to the penguin that lived in the North Atlantic until 1844. John Branson, Sigurdur Isleifsson, and Ketil Ketcherson are remembered as the three men that were directly responsible for the extinction of the gray auk. I bring up this tragedy to highlight a similarity. So in addition to its threat to the zoo and to the community, the data center is a direct threat to the Nashville crayfish, which is a federally protected species that lives only in a handful of tributaries near the planned location. It is found nowhere else in the world. It's a very small creature, but it's ours. Not Tennessee, but Nashville is its only home. So members of this council and any representatives of DC blocks that may be present or watching, I want you to take a second and think about your names, because you could in the very near future be named alongside the aforementioned men as humans who directly facilitated the extinction of a species. So please do your part to prevent or relocate this data center by strengthening the regulations of the proposed bill, by fighting for enforceable safeguards with real penalties. This should include prevention of any data center related pollution of the Mill Creek tributaries. So I ask the voting members in this room to ask yourselves, will you be remembered as someone that facilitated the extinction of an entire species, or as someone who did everything to protect one of God's and Nashville's fragile creatures? Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hi, my name is Laura Conwell. I'm actually a resident of Greenbrier, but I've been going to the Nashville Zoo for over 20 years, so I hope you'll still hear me out today. Executive Order 59 highlighted 4 areas concerning the data center development: infrastructure, environment, economy, and community. Infrastructure. In January of this year, at one point in time, over 230,000 citizens were without power, and some for over 2 weeks. DC Block says they will pay for power used, and while that feels like it should be, it doesn't have to be said, what is the plan when that power quite literally is not there? For environmental concerns, we don't know. Unfortunately, the tech industry standard of move fast and break things is now encompassing our community. Tennesseans are expected to be involuntary guinea pigs in a real-time study of the ecological consequences of AI data centers. 55% of those that support AI data centers cite job growth. Companies like DC Blocks themselves will admit that they do not offer that many jobs. In fact, the permit for this data center cited 25 expected jobs. Yesterday, Microsoft laid off over 4,500 employees, citing that AI is changing how things are done. For community, I think I will let the unprecedented number of citizens who have arrived here today to show their support for this item to speak for themselves. And lastly, while I was looking over data for this, I was on Facebook and I saw comments from other cities where they had held protests against data centers. And one comment I saw was, "I wish our governments cared for us like Nashville's does." Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir, you're recognized.
Hey, thank you, Vice Mayor and reps. You're all doing great. My name is Stephen Mason. I live in District 5. I'm grateful to be represented by Sean Parker, who wields a chainsaw like Jimi Hendrix played guitar. This was all because of the power issues and the trees and stuff. Shout out to you, Sean. I own a one-chair barbershop in District 17. Go NSC. I support both these bills, and per previous speakers, believe this is a good start, but given that lawyers for this development lied about permits in hand, and billionaires say this is inevitable, I can tell we're in this for the long haul. So courage, and I support this bill. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Good evening. My name is Danielle Carone. I am a resident of District 19, and I grew up in Franklin, Tennessee. I am a professional mechanical engineer, a LEED accredited professional, and a certified decarbonization professional. I am speaking in strong support of BL 2026-1391. This bill establishes a strong framework for all future data centers, and it represents a giant step in the right direction. The zoo presents an opportunity to learn about where data centers should and should not go, and what sort of legislation should be established for them. That said, I have a couple of suggestions for potential amendments to the bill. The purpose of a site assessment, according to LEED, which considers it a core essential requirement, is to protect the health of vulnerable populations by ensuring that the site is assessed for environmental contamination and that any environmental contamination has been remediated. I believe this should be considered in the amendment, in future amendments. In the case of the zoo, while a human can choose to rationalize or adapt to a constant mechanical hum, the captive and endangered species at the Nashville Zoo cannot. The best estimate of how an animal will react to new sounds comes from those who study it the most. That would be the employees of the Nashville Zoo. I believe that there should be more collaboration between future data centers and the communities with which it is adjacent to. While it is true not all data centers are the same, they all still consume massive amounts of power, and electricity equals heat, meaning thermal plumes form around them. Eliminating water cooling does not eliminate environmental impact, it simply transforms it into a larger power load that comes with a higher chemical or atmospheric leak risk. And the bill addresses this very well by requiring closed-looped cooling systems. In the future, it may be wise to establish more stringent maintenance requirements to prevent groundwater pollution from these systems when replacing them. Data centers are a meaningful piece of modern infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming out. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hello, my name is Jimmy Sears, and I live in District 10. I think it's very good that Metro Council is setting standards for data centers, but I would like to humbly recommend 3 changes. Number 1, for clarity, that the acceptable renewable energy sources be comprehensively listed, that the distance from data centers to residential areas be increased, and that there be very strict and very clear limits on any on-site emissions producing generators, or ideally no on-site emissions producing generators. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, you come forward, you're recognized.
Hi there. My name is Wendy Timmons. I live in District 23, and for whatever it's worth, I work in District 21. I am in support of this bill, but I want to please urge you all to keep pushing. It's not enough for us to say, not in my backyard. These data centers don't really have a place in Tennessee. As people living and working in Nashville, as people serving Nashville, the capital of Tennessee, we really have an opportunity here to lead the entire state in how the state approaches data centers, their construction, their location, so on and so forth. Thank you for putting this all together. Thank you for your consideration. The bill does take a lot of these things into consideration already, but please keep pushing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead. Ma'am, could you share your ticket number, please?
Oh, yes. 46.
Ticket 46. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening, and thank you for sticking with all these people. I just wanted to say that I might cry. I have 4 grandchildren that love the zoo, and it would be devastating to them. I'm from Williamson County, but they are Nashvillians. And I just really hope that people will understand that it's not only about the zoo, but it's about families. And if you have grandchildren, I'm sure you take your children to the zoo. I also want to say that I feel that Tennessee is a testing ground for these data centers. And I read today that BlackRock has put $41 billion, designated it for data centers. And I just want you to keep that in mind, and that I hope we will not be a testing ground for these data centers.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the speedy procedures to be able to get through this. I appreciate y'all's patience. My name is Joe. I live a couple blocks away from the proposed location for the data center, less than a mile from it and only a couple blocks away from the zoo. I have several concerns as a neighbor over the potential of a data center in my backyard, and so I want to voice that I support Bill 1391, declaring the 1448 moratorium, and if we need to consider eminent domain in this situation. My first concern is quality of life concerns. I think the psychological or physical effects of infrasound, for instance, are understudied severely, and whose effects could be both psychological and gastrointestinal. Number two is the displacement of local wildlife habitats. I'd want more rigorous environmental studies, as has been mentioned before, and those that live in the neighborhood alongside me know that the surrounding creeks and trees host a diverse array of local wildlife that would definitely be affected by this development. Number three is an unnecessary strain on the power grid. During the ice storm this year, my house lost power for 7 days in January. I don't want my house, others, or the zoo to be affected by the increase in power consumption. Also, DC Blocks characterizes the plan structure as a digital connectivity hub, but they still advertise, as has been established, as being AI ready on their website. And I don't know their clients, but my fourth concern is the lack of ethics around AI. I'm worried about a potential for copyright infringement that undermines the local artists here in Nashville. I'm a musician here as well, so this directly affects me in all four of these ways. And I'm just one person speaking, but I live in a household with several others who couldn't make it today that are happy voicing that they stand with me and my concerns. So thank you so much for your time. I'm encouraged by the potential to do good here, and I'm thankful y'all have been willing to hear the voices of the public on this issue. So good luck.
Thank you so much. Sir, could you share your ticket number?
48.
Okay, so I just want to share before you speak that we are at just about to hit 9:37. We began the hearing at 8:37. So we are 1 hour in and on our 48th ticketed speaker. Just for reference, we have 245 speakers, potential speakers ticketed. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name is Adam Murdoch. I live off of Harding Place on Lynn Drive, about a block or two from the zoo. A lot of the concerns, I had a couple prepared remarks, but most of them have been covered. I would just pray and admonish you guys to make the wise and just decision with this, and I support this bill to that extent. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hello, my name is Lane Fodor, and I live in Franklin, Tennessee. I support BL 2026-1391. I'm here to speak on behalf of my many friends and colleagues living and working in Nashville, many of whom I gained during my 4 years as a student at Vanderbilt. I not only support this legislation for how it will protect the quality of life for fellow students at Fisk University and the people and animals of the Nashville Zoo by preventing noise, air, and water pollution. I support this legislation because I believe it will set the precedent for responsible development throughout Tennessee. I second the more stringent distance and renewable energy amendments mentioned previously. This legislation puts in place common sense, distance, energy, and water protections for the Nashville community and the environment, which are in fact inseparable entities. I'm tired of hearing the same story of an industry coming to a community, claiming to bring economic development, and then extracting all the value from the people and the land with little to no consequences. I'm personally invested in the issue of responsible development as a student of both climate studies and economics. This legislation puts in bare minimum guardrails on how data centers can be developed and lets the people decide if they want to pave paradise or put up a data center lot. Again, I support this legislation and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hello, my name is Ray Covey and I live in Gulch View. I am a retired school principal. I spent my life teaching children to consider the consequences of their actions. I ask you to do the same. Vote in support of common sense guidelines on data centers. In fact, tighten the rules and regs. And let this be your legacy. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Good evening.
My name is Annabelle Davies. I am a social worker and a lifelong resident of Tennessee. I was born at Baptist Hospital and have been blessed to call Nashville my home for my entire life thus far. I know and have worked with many people who have worked tirelessly to pursue the safety of Nashville's families and the preservations of its ecosystems. Data centers jeopardize both and have already been proven to negatively impact both in other parts of our country. And that is the understatement of this century. I wish I had time here to provide you the list of the debilitating consequences. I've been around since the 90s and have been a firsthand witness of the boom of our beloved city of Nashville. In the past 10 years, Nashville has become one of the fastest growing cities in the entire country. We did not need data centers to accomplish this, and we absolutely do not need them now, especially if they do not come with strict, permanent rules and regulations surrounding them and where they are implemented. I have confidence that I can speak on behalf of my fellow Tennesseans behind me and in the mezzanine and across the state here, as well as the rest of Davidson County, that we the people are vehemently opposed to AI data center development in our city and county as things currently stand. I stand here tonight to vocalize my full support for BL 2026-1391, and I implore you to stand with this legislation and stand with the people for the sake of a healthier future for Nashville, Davidson County, and all of Tennessee. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
My name is Dave Seaman. I live in District 16, just northeast of the proposed data center site. I've lived there for 7 years. I'm also an engineer and a product designer. I think that time and time again, we've seen a cycle where we become the product, and these tools end up limiting our creativity and our control. I'm not here as a skeptic of technology, but as a skeptic of the intentions of the companies that build and deploy these technologies. And so far, DC Blocks has not made the best impression on me. As a neighbor, I have a number of ethical concerns about why this location was chosen and who and what it will impact. As a professional, some of my concerns are, how do we know this facility won't be used to charge more at the Kroger down the street? How do we know it won't be used to put cab and Uber drivers out of business? More critically, how can we be sure that it won't be used for surveillance or malicious targeting here or abroad? Being concerned, I read up on DC Blocks to see how they describe themselves. On their website, I found their value of teamwork, which named customers, partners, investors, local community leaders, and government. But design tells a different story. Above that were customer testimonials from holders of state and city offices, a governor, a mayor, a commerce secretary, and a director at Google. That's a lot of attention paid to a narrow audience, and we know now that real life has reflected what is on their site. I think as a result of that initial exclusion, we're seeing what real community teamwork looks like. We don't need a data center without input from the local community, which is why I support both of these bills, particularly the moratorium, and I would support more rigorous restrictions as well. Furthermore, I think that what we really need are protections, rights, and interests in our data and the works that use them, not new data centers.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hello, my name is Landon Nettles from District 13, and I'm just here to show my support for BL 2026-1391 and say that I think I can speak for everyone here that we don't like data centers, and I would feel personally very hostile towards data centers, and I want them and the profiteering CEOs and people that are in charge of those corporations to feel the hostile nature of our opposition. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hi, my name is Jade Irwin. I live in Nashville's District 13, and I'm here to support BL 2026-1391 and the ordinance to follow. I do ask that if you're looking at your phone right now, you look up here and pay attention. I support the demand for amendments to strengthen the regulatory language within this legislation and ensure that there is no and will never be room for interpretation that puts our community at risk. I agree with almost everything that has been said at this podium today, but I do want to detail a couple things that I feel have not been mentioned but are of utmost importance. To the council members and other elected officials who have shown up today with the intention of representing the needs and interests of Nashvillians, thank you for fulfilling the expectations of your elected position, and please continue to do so. To those who are undecided or who are in support of data center development within our city or even our state, I remind you that you have been elected as a representative. Your job is to voice and to represent the interests of your constituents, not those who line your pockets or whose policy tickles your personal fancy. So please remember when and regardless of what you vote for, that this state belongs to the people. Welcome to the revolution.
Thank you. If you could share your ticket number, please.
Ticket 55.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Camden Lee Perez. I live in District 13. Just want to say I concur with everyone on this bill. Thank you for listening to all of us. And all I'm going to say is I feel like when the question is convenience and profits versus physical quality of life, I feel like the answer should be obvious. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hello, my name is Shelby Kirby. I live in District 33. I am in support of BL 2026-1391 for the sake of the zoo, Fisk University, and all of Nashville's residents. However, I will be mainly speaking in regards to the zoo. As a Nashville native, I want the Nashville Zoo to keep boasting about their exciting new additions of animals, programs for conservation, and investments in education and expansion. I do not want the zoo to be forced to be one of the first to conduct research and report on the negative effects of data centers on animals, many of which are already endangered. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, my name is Graciela Armendariz, and I am deeply concerned about my city and the corporate interest that seeks to take advantage of a lack of protections so they can build without the impediment of the consent of the people or the protection of our resources. That is a classic villain storyline that we do not have to go down. This council has the immense responsibility to protect its constituents, and I hope that you feel the weight of that tonight. And while I support BL 2026-1391, I believe the restrictions are not yet strong enough. It is obvious to me that the people of this city will contest the interests of these billionaires alongside you, and we need you to do your part. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor and members of the council, and I particularly want to thank the 546,831 people who have signed our petition, as well as the 244 people who have signed up tonight to speak. I'm Rick Schwartz, President and CEO of the Nashville Zoo. I'm here to ask you to use every tool available to protect our zoo. The 3,150 animals we care for, our 370 staff members, our surrounding neighbors, and the 1.4 million visitors that come here each year. My entire life has been dedicated to understanding and protecting animals. 36 years ago, when I founded the zoo, I did so with a simple dream: to create a world-class zoo that inspires generations to connect with animals from around the world and protect them from extinction. Now, with the threats of this data center, that dream is on the line. My concern for the well-being of our animals has remained the same from the beginning of this. Paramount of those concerns is noise, specifically tonal noise. Not the 65 decibels that DC Blocks has said they will conform to, but the constant exposure of low electromagnetic frequency vibrations, the type of 24/7 noise disruption that has already impacted the health of cattle in rural areas, causing lower milk production due to diminished feeding, inhibited breeding behaviors, and premature or stillborn calves. We cannot risk those negative impacts on vulnerable animals like the clouded leopard, our signature conservation species. Nashville Zoo has bred more clouded leopards than any zoo in the world, and this data center will be only 320 feet from the area they call home. The question before council is not whether data centers should exist in Nashville. The question is whether a large data center should be allowed to move forward in a uniquely sensitive location. It is my ethical responsibility to protect these animals. I cannot stand by and let the animals in our care become an experiment of the long-term effects of data centers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir, you're recognized. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead and start speaking, please. You're recognized. Go ahead and start speaking, please.
Okay. I'm Dario Meeks. I'm from District 2. I just came here today in support of Bill 2026-1391. I believe that we need more time to, better regulate how these data centers are going to affect our communities. That's it.
Thank you, sir. All right. Go ahead. You're recognized.
Hi, my name is Whitney Atkinson, and I reside in District 34. I'm here in support of 1391 and also 1448. I am a member of the Nashville Zoo and previously served as a zoo docent. I currently work for the Nashville Humane Association, where I remain committed to helping animals and also serving our community. I have a lot of really serious concerns about this data center. Data center infrastructure, cooling towers, chillers, HVAC systems, generators, transformers produce continuous noises. Low frequency noise is particularly concerning because it travels long distances, penetrates buildings more easily than high frequency sound, and is perceived as vibration. Even if noise generated by the data center is acceptable for humans, many of the animals at the zoo have hearing far beyond our own, such as Andean bears, tigers, clouded leopards, giraffes, rhinoceros, bats, owls, kangaroos, horses, goats, sheep, guinea pigs, cattle, and many others. Prolonged exposure to noise will negatively impact their health by increasing stress, disrupting communication, altering behaviors, interfering with breeding, and interrupting rest. Noise pollution may also affect nearby residents. Research has shown that prolonged exposure to noise can negatively impact cardiovascular health, sleep quality, cognitive performance, and mental well-being. In addition, the proposed data center's projected electricity demand has been estimated to be comparable to the around-the-clock energy use of 50,000 single-family homes, which could place additional strain on the electrical grid, potentially affecting reliability, increasing energy costs, and contributing to more outages. The proposed data center also threatens local water quality by further draining the zoo's stormwater system, which protects community groundwater and streams. And continuous exterior lighting may also disrupt natural daylight cycles for both animals and nearby residents. Increased vehicle traffic and facility operations will cause higher levels of pollution. In summary, the data center will have numerous impacts on both the animals and the community.
Thank you. All right. Could you please share your ticket number?
65.
Okay, we're on ticket 65. We're skipping ahead a little bit.
Yeah. My name is Abrielle with an A, Ivanov with an I. Yes, my initials are AI, and I am against AI. I'm a resident of Hermitage, Tennessee, District 12. I am here to state my support for BL 2026-1391. I urge the council to listen to the over 200 people who have shown up today to make our voices heard. I have known no other home than Nashville, Tennessee. It is already difficult as it is without an AI data center to live here. Nashville should be for its people, its citizens. Do not allow greed to poison this city. I will not be bullied out of this city. We, the people, have spoken. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
My name is Drew Small. I live in District 30, and I'm here in support of this legislation. This bill isn't about punishing one company, though they may act like it. It's about protecting all of the people in Davidson County. You see, punishment looks backwards at what was done, while protection looks forward to our shared and collective futures. However, it's worth looking back for a moment, not to be petty, but to gain proper perspective. At every turn, Doug Sloan and DC Blocks have told us something that is flatly contradicted by the public records available to all. They claim vested rights. The permit record says otherwise. They said they'd only run their generators for maintenance, then sent lobbyists to weaken the limits on how much they can run them. They said they wanted to work with the community, but never held a town hall or reached out to stakeholders. This pattern is what happens when there are no rules to guide us. Corporations will always act in their own best interest. Decade after decade, profit over people has been the backbone of this American experience. Expecting otherwise at this point would be willful ignorance. Council, your job is not to make easy choices or to bend to whoever you spoke to last. Nor is it to be some kind of lone hero in all of this, but it is to work together amongst each other to lay a path where all of us can stay in the neighborhoods we love, near the people we love, and those that love us in return. Between now and the third reading, I urge you to hold your support for this bill. Everyone in Nashville deserves to be safe in their homes, and this bill protects that right. I hope you won't let clever words from lobbyists or selfish ambitions for your own futures cloud your vision. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
I'm ticket number 67.
Okay, thanks for sharing. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Will Thompson. I live in District 26, specifically the Caldwell Abbey neighborhood. I'm just a dad. In the afternoons, my son rides his bike up and down our block with his friends that, we see every day. My neighbors and I have worked really hard to grow wildflower gardens all throughout the neighborhood. I mean, we now see fireflies coming back, sitting on our porch, enjoying some iced tea. I think we all can relate to that. My wife and I take walks at night, talking about our days. There's families like mine all around Nashville that are going to be impacted by this. Families around Fisk in North Nashville that I've never met that will be affected by this. We're all just regular people. We're not experts. We're not billionaire-backed corporations. We're asking you, please help us. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Thank you. My name is Anna Tate. I live on Harding Place in District 26. I'm Will's backyard neighbor, and I'm here to voice support for this bill. I'm not a Nashville native, but I am so proud of this city and of my community, and I'm so happy to call it home. My husband and I bought our home 10 years ago in South Nashville, 0.8 miles from the proposed data center site that's near the zoo. On a clear day, we can hear the zoo's gibbons from our backyard. Community is the heart of this city, and my neighborhood is a huge part of my community. Our 6-year-old can walk to her friends' houses through the gate we built into our fence, and we regularly celebrate holidays and birthdays with the families on the street behind us, including Will. My backyard garden is my favorite spot in all of Nashville. I'm concerned, like many here tonight, for the negative effects that data center development could have on my community and other communities in Nashville. I believe that neither the moratorium nor the eminent domain plan are sustainable solutions for the many concerns that have been raised. My neighbors and fellow Nashvillians deserve responsible legislation that adequately protects our communities and resources, like our universities and the zoo. We need our leaders to promise us that the safety and quality of our neighborhoods will not be sacrificed for the sake of corporate profit or technological advancement. If larger and more powerful data centers are now a necessary part of American life, then so is legislation that holds corporations accountable for how and where these centers are developed. I'm hopeful that this city can set an example for our state and the nation on how to prioritize the well-being of its citizens over the corporations that wish to profit off of us. Council members, thank you for your time and the work that you do for us.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hello, thank you all for your time and consideration for this. My name is Claire Campbell, District 21. I'm born and raised Middle Tennessee. I'm really concerned about data centers encroaching on our well-being, especially in the energy. Everyone knows that we had several days without power in January, and this would just exacerbate the already issues in our infrastructure there. And so thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, next, go ahead, and if you could share your ticket number, please.
Ticket number 70.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
My name is Kelsey Alexander, and I am a South Nashville resident in District 16. And I'm here to support this bill because I work in sustainability for real estate investment funds. I work with data centers every single day, tracking their utility usage. And it is no joke. They use a wild amount of energy and water, and I see it every day. And research has shown that the presence of data centers increases the likelihood of rolling blackouts in neighborhoods. It increases the utility bills for residences, for businesses, and it increases the pollutants in the air and the water as well. And I think this bill is a great starting point. I love some of the ideas I've heard other people talk about, like requiring, mandating reporting on utility usage, looking at requiring renewable energy that is not natural gas, or even investing in our utility grid here in Nashville. And I do not trust any of these companies to think about what's good for Nashville unless it also conveniently lines their pockets. And so I'm looking to you, my elected representatives, to think about your neighbors, think about your neighborhood, and think about your constituents. And I'm asking you here today to protect Nashville from data centers. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hi there, I'm ticket number 71.
Thank you.
My name is Carter Murphy, and I also live in District 16. And first off, I just want to say thank you all for taking the time to listen to our input. We really do appreciate it. I'm primarily concerned about the manner in which DC Blocks is planning its data center construction. To me, it looks like that they're trying to rush the completion of the data center to get ahead of the law and to avoid regulatory oversight, even if that oversight would protect members of that surrounding community. I have read about the ecological effects of AI data centers. According to a publication at Tufts University, an average AI chat session consumes, on average, 1 liter of water. And the amount of energy that's used to train an AI program consumes 5 times as much energy that an automobile does in its entire lifetime. Given what we've witnessed about data centers around the country, I am not convinced that DC Blocks is taking the welfare of Nashville residents into consideration with this project, especially given that a common response to these issues by tech authorities is, AI is inevitable, shut up and deal with it. Official statements of AI Blocks or other major tech companies are not enough to ensure the well-being of our citizens regarding this data center. It's crucial to have regulations put in place so that AI companies do not incur financial and ecological burdens on Nashville citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead and come forward. You're recognized.
Hi, I'm Kia Zafar, a proud and lifelong Nashvillian currently living in District 17. I'm here in support of both the moratorium and guidelines on data centers in Nashville. In fact, I would support more thorough guidelines or a more permanent moratorium, both city and statewide. We've seen time and time again that data centers are built to the detriment of the communities that they are built in. They increase noise pollution and utility bills at the expense of working class people that you are meant to represent. They put strain on electrical and water systems that we've seen fail in Nashville just in this past year. We can even look to our neighbors in Memphis as an example of how harmful they are to the surrounding community. The effects of these data centers haven't been studied nearly enough for me to be comfortable living near one, and I don't want or expect that for my neighbors in South or North Nashville. Anytime I've heard opposition to AI and data centers expressed, it's shut down by the suggestion that these things are inevitable. And there's no point in stopping them, all in the name of progress. I urge you to reconsider this notion and to represent your constituents that actually live in Nashville. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. You're recognized.
Hello, my name is Trevor White. I'm from the Middle Tennessee chapter of the Democratic Socialists of America. I was born and raised and live in Tennessee, currently in District 15. Speaking on 1391 and the moratorium, I'm here not only to support the regulations, but want to press that they do not go far enough. People behind this data center have already shown time and time again they are willing to lie and scheme the public to further their agenda. Speaking of, shout out to the guy who gave me these AI-generated data center stickers and wanted me to hand them out for him in an attempt to make those opposing data centers look foolish. Boo indeed. If you're watching this, I hope you got paid up front. To give an idea on how much this community does not want these centers, we implemented a ticketing system just to do this. We know these data centers draw our power, poison our air and our water, and disrupt the peace with their noise, and that's just by themselves. Just ask our neighbors in Memphis or any of the areas across the nation these have been built. So who does want these? The usual suspects, developers, lobbyists, and their tech company handlers, led by oligarchs who tell us to our face their goal is to replace workers and dismantle our democracy. At this point, I can only assume that if any of the members of the council are for the building of these centers, you're either naive or benefiting from them personally. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. You're recognized. Go ahead.
Hi. My name is Michelle Bukowski, and I live in District 4. I support Bill BL 2026-1391, but I think it's just a start. We definitely need to do more. We need to keep data centers away from our beloved zoo, the residents around the area, and out of Nashville permanently. And I want to thank the council, my councilman, and all of the council members supporting this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. You're recognized.
Thank you. Number 75.
Thank
My
you.
name is Miller Way. I'm in District 11. And I just wanted to offer my support for BL 2026-1391 for all the reasons given around health, around noise pollution. I myself am an asthmatic as well. I don't want this development for the profit of a few to the detriment of the many in my neighborhood. I don't want the young people learning at Fisk subjected to this. I don't want their neighbors subjected to this. I don't want the neighbors of the zoo. I don't want the animals at the zoo subjected in this. And I appreciate y'all for standing up and supporting this bill. Thank you especially to all y'all sponsoring it. I appreciate that we have, looks like 3 friendly amendments and 2 sort of adjacent bills. Thank you again to the sponsors and those who brought those bills forth. As you can see, Nashville is very passionate about this. And please, please stay vigilant. We watch DC blocks repeatedly try to weasel, cajole, and mock their way out of public pushback and criticism. I would not trust any promises or assurances they make. You do not invite vampires into your home. Nashville is watching. I support this legislation. I hope my council member Eastlick can support it on this reading, along with Lee and Stiles, who I believe were a no and an abstain on the previous reading. Thank you again.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized. Come on forward.
Hello, I'm number 76. City Council members, my name is Connor Shank. I'm here as a concerned citizen, voting district number 5. I'm here to show support for the proposed BL 2026-1391. I'm a supporter of our zoo, a regular volunteer at a parrot rescue out in Hermitage, and the founder of Squawk Rock, a music festival that I have for parrot conservation. Others today have spoken and will speak on the moral and the environmental impacts of these centers. But what I'd like to bring to everyone's attention is the consequences of apathy and the consequences of inaction. Every detrimental act caused by human beings throughout history, whether we think of famous atrocities or everyday injustices, are rarely caused only by individuals with malintent. No, it has to be allowed to occur by average everyday people like you and me. People with otherwise good hearts have become complacent in order for inequity to thrive. So we're faced today with AI starting to become prevalent in our society and our culture. So it's up to us right now to set a precedent to make sure it's used responsibly and mitigate its negative repercussions. We need to enact legislation to prevent those who only care about profit to build these centers without the consent of their neighbors and without proper long-term environmental studies being conducted. But let's drop rank. Guys, I'm embarrassed to be here, right? I'm embarrassed that we've gotten this far. I'm embarrassed that me, a piano bar singer, feels the need to come down to city council and preach on responsibility. Like, come on. I'm embarrassed to have Delicia Porterfield as a representative of Nashville who embodies the inaction that I'm speaking out against. I'd like to leave everyone today with a little quote by Tolkien that I think about. Some believe that it's only great power that can hold evil in check, but that's not what I've found. I've found it as the small everyday deeds of ordinary folk that keep the darkness at bay. Small acts of kindness and love. And it applies to people like me, but more importantly, people like you. There's a right thing to be done here today. Please do it.
All right, thank you. All right, prior to the next speaker beginning, I just want to say that it is 10:07. We began this public hearing at 8:37, and we are now on speaker, what is your ticket, sir?
77.
77, okay. Everybody do the math, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Owen McGuire. I am from Springfield, Tennessee, and I am in support of Bill 1391, which enforces serious AI data center regulations at least, and hopefully at best, the abolition of AI data centers in Nashville. Not only are there already countless studies on AI data centers harming the environment, and I must say, it is simply morally bankrupt to build one on an animal conservation facility and beloved city landmark. We must not allow the Epstein class of people to come from God knows where into our city and ruin our way of life for no good reason other than the greed and benefit of the rich while stepping over the corpses of half the people in an attempt to control the other half. You can ask anyone in line behind me. No one wants a large-scale people and animal killing data center in our city, not now, not ever. I urge the members of this council to come to their senses and do what they were elected to do and protect the people of our city and not the cowards at DC Blocks who didn't even have the nerve to come and face the people that they were trying to ruin. Together as the 99%, we must have the courage to kick the 1% in the nuts and make them smile at us and like it. As long as we as Nashvillians stick together, we will remain the powers that be in the city, and the rich degenerates who want to bury us under their data centers will have no power over us. I leave you with the final message of people over profits. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, go ahead, come on forward.
My name is Morgan May. I live in District 6, and I'm going to read human-generated lyrics because original music built this city and deserves respect. This is the story of Noah and the lost art. Noah went to school to be a writer. His roommate studied graphical design. He's loving on a lyricist from Georgia who likes to paint when she can find the time. Noah's got a friend in animation. She's married to a radio DJ. Their neighbor's nature shots are really gorgeous. Who'd have thought they'd live to see this day, where they're all in the same boat and they've got to get away. Noah had a dream he had no readers. His roommate lost his job to a machine. His lady couldn't sell a song for nothing, and nobody had time to wait for anything. Noah's inside voice said, save the planet and gather all the ones who still can think. Build a ship for every dreamer and creator, and hope and pray to God we don't all sink, because we're all in the same boat and we've got to do something. One by one, even two by two, till almost everybody in the world forgot what they could do, till everything on dry land with the breath of life inside them died, till nearly every living thing on the face of earth was wiped, till the birds and the bees, everybody business couldn't eat, couldn't be me, couldn't be you, couldn't be people and creatures and wild things that move, till everything was gone except a walk in the effing park, till only Noah was left and those he kept with him in the ark, because the breath of life came with Noah in the ark. The breath of life stayed with Noah in the dark. Noah opened a new window on his MacBook Pro, his cursor winking back as if to say, you don't need to know everything at once, love. Just write down what you think about today. And so he built a life he could be proud of, learned to make the writer's block his friend, and to his other friends he paid attention when they let out all that lives inside their heads. He knows the value in what's lived and breathed and bled, because we're all in the same boat and we've got to make it through the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
I'm Jennifer Richmond. I live in District 9, and I'm for BL 2026-1391. Short and sweet.
Thank you. All right, come on forward, you're next.
My name is Trevor Silva. I'm District 6, Clay Cap, and here to express support for BL 2026-1391. Thank you to everyone who showed up to make their voices heard tonight. This is what Nashville Strong looks like. Right here. I know the majority, if not everyone, has to work a day job tomorrow, and nights like this make for early mornings. It does for us too. Let tonight be a reminder that while we would prefer to be at home, we are willing to lose sleep and make y'all do the same. If it means protecting our city against intruders like DC Blocks, do not have our best interests at heart. As a business owner, I have to trust those who I make deals with. A lot of people make a lot of promises, but I can tell you one thing: if someone lies to you once, they will do it again. Doug Sloan, the lawyer of DC Blocks, told Planning Commission the building is vested. They're going to build it there. We already have the permits in hand. That was false. If that's the level of honesty we get before companies like this have broken ground, that tells us everything we needed to know about what they'll do once they have their claws in us. We need to protect ourselves and our community because they've already proven they will not only lie, but their agenda is not the agenda of the people of Nashville. I'm asking that you'll support this bill and always put people before profit, because we don't want to keep you up all night, but you better believe that we will. And we'll do more than that to protect our community. As we say at our chicken-themed anti-fascist soap company, cluck around and find out. Appreciate y'all.
All right, go ahead, you're recognized.
Hello, my name is Hannah June. I want to start out by saying thank you to everyone who is here from the council. Thank you especially to the people who are paying really close attention. I've been watching all of you, and I know the ones who are watching and paying attention and nodding along, and the ones who maybe aren't. And I would also like to remind you that yes, we've been here for a long time. You guys have been here for a long time, but we have also been here for a very long time, including well before this meeting started. I got here at 5:15 p.m., and I know a lot of people were here before me because I am number 83. So I would just like to say that I live in Council District 29. I've been a resident of Nashville for only 3 years, so yes, I am a newbie. Prior to that, I traveled the country for 2 years trying to pick a place to call home, and I planted roots in Nashville because I love this community. I love the diversity, the creativity, and the passion that I found here. I own my own occupational therapy practice that utilizes the outdoors as a therapy space for children and adults with special needs and disabilities. I host a local trash pickup at Percy Priest Lake every month, and I'm currently in the process of transforming my own yard into half native garden, half community farm and pantry. I am really invested in Nashville, in our community, and in environmentalism, and I care so deeply about the people and the wildlife of this great state. The most important point here is that data centers have an enormous impact on our environment, our wellness, and the delicate habitat that supports our native wildlife. Our zoo animals are important, yes, but the native wildlife and our community of human beings is equally, if not more, important. So I agree with my preceding community members that are demanding more intense restrictions to keep all Tennesseans safe from the impacts of these data centers. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hi, I am Addison Gould, a high school student and resident of District 35, descended from over 5 generations of Nashville locals. I fervently believe that BL 2026-1391 could benefit our city, but also that data centers have no place in Nashville. For one, the construction of more parasitic data centers here would further strain our infrastructure, especially our power grid and the Cumberland. Additionally, the noise pollution produced by data centers has the potential to decimate the quality of life of thousands. The chemical pollutants left behind have even more adverse effects on the people and animals which inhabit Nashville. Power bills may also skyrocket for already struggling families. No Nashvillian would benefit from a lack of restriction on data centers. Is sacrificing the well-being of our people worth it? Is it worth letting this technology that just promotes laziness take up our land and resources? I don't think so, and clearly I'm not the only one. BL 2026-1391 would not permanently save Nashville from the plague of data centers, but it could greatly aid the quality of life for the animals of the Nashville Zoo, many of which are endangered species. The proposed centers by the zoo would be detrimental to the sleeping and behavioral patterns of these beloved animals because of the immense noise and light pollution that would inevitably be produced by such a large data center. On top of that, the affordability and quality of life of the nearby residents of Caldwell Abbey Hall need to be taken into account. I urge each of you to be prudent and prioritize the people of our city and our local environment. Thank you for listening to what I have to say.
Thank you. Go ahead and come on forward. You're recognized. And if you could share with us your ticket number, please.
85.
Okay, thank you, sir. Go ahead.
My name is Henry Moses Gold. I live on the outskirts of Belmead, and I am a grand total of 16 years old. To be quite blunt, I'm wearing a trash bag right now. This is due to the fact that, well, I should start off by saying, I walked a mile here in the prime of the rainstorm today in said trash bag because when I found a store, I was not able to afford an umbrella. And I believe that billionaires such as Donald Trump, Elon Musk, Larry Fink, and many others coming into Nashville and, say, digging holes and also building AI data centers is only allowing them to continue to make more profit while letting people like me not be able to afford an umbrella due to how high the prices are. Not only that, I would like to add on that this AI data center would be detrimental to wildlife surrounding it. And I would also like to add a very cliche sort of quote from a character I look up to quite a lot, and that is, with great power comes great responsibility. And I feel like the people with great power at the current moment are using their responsibility to no extent and just constantly belittling the working class while only uplifting themselves, causing more inflation. And I would like to finish off by saying a quote from the man my middle name belongs to: "Let my people go."
Okay. Go ahead and come on forward. You're recognized.
Good evening. My name is Jacob Volker. I'm from District 19, proudly represented by Charlene Oliver, and I'm in support of BL 2026-1391. There's a lot of hurt that I have at the fact that this data center is still being under consideration. After all the pushback that has been received, after being adversely affected for so long, the last thing that this community needs is a complex that will drain the power supply, which is already scarce, and upend decades of work by our life-saving neighbors that has been done to preserve the environment of endangered species. It is simply not worth it if it will come at the expense of Tennessee's most ethnically diverse communities and endangered wildlife. I'm already appalled at the willingness of DC blocks to seemingly ignore the sheer amount of outrage. 525,000 signatures. That should have set off alarm bells. Although I believe more work needs to be done in order to preserve our environment, I thank you, Mr. Horton, for proposing this legislation and to let us know that you hear us. To those of you who are staying silent about it, I would take a moment to question your ability to serve the interests of your constituents instead of just serving the interests of yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead and come on forward. You're recognized. You can pull that mic down. There you go.
Thanks. My name is Ashley Karimi, and I live in Council District 21, and I am here in support of BL 2026-1391. I do believe it's a good start, but I think there's so much more that can be done. This is unprecedented. It's something that a lot of us are not super familiar with, and there needs to be more thoughtful consideration about what this looks like moving forward in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Nicole Weller. I'm from District 21. I am in support of 1391. It is a great start, and I'm also asking for stronger restrictions and legislation around it as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Go ahead. You're recognized.
Hi, my name is Matthew Palmieri. I'm a resident of District 17, and I am up here speaking after nearly 100 people have stated their opposition to data centers and their support for this bill. I hope that there are 100 people that come after me and state that same thing. And, you know, those are the people that you represent. These are the people that you work for, not DC blocks, not other data center companies, and not tech oligarchs. So I hope that you hear that nobody wants data centers, not here and not anywhere. So thank you.
Thank you. And if could you share your ticket number, please?
Yes, it's number 92.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, y'all, I'm Allison Summers, and I was born and raised in Nashville, and I currently live in District 15. I support this bill, although it do be weak, okay? It be weak. This bill needs more protections in place for people and the wildlife in this city. I would love it. I would love to see any new data centers banned. I would love to see any new data centers banned. I urge you to strengthen this legislation. DC Blocks does not care about the people of Nashville, and they do not care about you. I urge you to strengthen the legislation. I am so proud of the city of Nashville for showing up for those who could not show up today. And the people of Nashville are tired of being pushed around by billionaires and tech bros. We are tired. So this is just the beginning. If you cannot be an advocate for the people in these communities that you have sworn to serve, then we'll be coming for your seats, queens, okay?
Thank you. Next. next. You are recognized. Go ahead.
Hey y'all, I'm Nathan. I'm number 93. That's kind of weird to say. I'm out in District 6. Hi, Clay Cap Squad. I support this bill. I'm here on behalf of my kids on my boo. It's a lot to have one of us stay home with our 3-year-old and our 6-month-old. We sacrifice to be here. All of our children are going through sleep regressions. I'm here also on behalf of just a whole mess of friends and family who wish they could be here, but they got to work because we live in this city. I'm also here on behalf of a long line of Billies who didn't get to say what went in their hollers. So this one feels a little personal to me. I got 4 things. I don't want infrastructure for antisocial stuff. I don't want infrastructure for slop, for speculation, for police surveillance, especially not in Music City. Number 2, look, Bald Squad, Doug Sloan is an embarrassment to this haircut, and I see a number of other people who share that. But look, these people are snake oil salesmen. They really are. We have to live here. All they've got to do is make money off of those of us who live here. And so I would prefer to work with trustworthy people. Number 3, this bill could be meaner. I think regulating these kinds of extractive folks is probably the nicest thing you can do. It's like when you are told, if you can't say nothing nice, don't say anything at all. Well, this is kind of like shutting up. This bill can make like my 6-month-old, who once again is going through a sleep regression and I'm still here, and who I hope will continue to live in this city, and it could get more teeth. And lastly, for those of you who are like pearl clutchers and are undecided, imagine how much porn they're going to make with this infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead and come on forward, please. Ma'am, go ahead and come on forward. We can't have kind of the extended time in between very humorous comments, which are fun, but go ahead. You're recognized.
Glad that the humor was acknowledged on the floor. I don't really know how I'm going to go after that, but proud that I made friends with him in line. So my name is Lilia. I'm living out west in kind of the area that would be affected by the proposed data center out north. And yes, I am here to speak not only on the regulations, but most importantly, where the 2 most discussed and resisted data centers are proposed right now. We can talk about the future, but I think it's more important to think about the implications, and that is no small coincidence. You're talking about a historically Black community and an overwhelmingly Spanish-speaking or immigrant-strong community, each respectively in the North and South, which, might I add, have grown to be such because they've been targeted and basically moved out or pushed out by transplants. As a graduate of Fisk mentioned earlier, the community does not want this. And the administration might, but I read an article that said most of the residents on Buchanan actually didn't even know it was proposed. It's interesting to think about what would happen if this were out west or, out east, like New East Nashville, or also in Green Hills. But it's impossible to think of that happening because we only ever think of Black and brown people taking the brunt of environmental racism manufactured, right? That's part of the reason why they're not here. They don't have a reason to trust that y'all would maybe listen to them. And if you think about the Spanish-speaking communities in Nashville, a lot of them are scared because this city has allowed ICE to just kidnap them off the streets, right? Yeah, thank you. So these people do not need us to talk for them, but they do need to feel like we take part in their struggle, and when they suffer, we will suffer because empathy, right? Nashville, empathy. We are glad that you guys listened to our housing requests, and please make the decision that you can stand behind. All right.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized. Can you share your ticket number, please?
Yes, 95.
Thank you.
My name is Allison Quattlebaum. I'm a resident of Oak Hill in District 25. As a creative professional working less than 1/10 of a mile from a proposed data center, I support BL 2026-1391 as a beginning to stronger data center regulation. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hey, I'm Suzanne Fletcher, resident of District 26 and lifelong Tennessean. I support Bill 2026-1391. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're next.
Hey everyone, my name is Danielle Peterson and I live in District 25. I support this legislation because these data centers are of a stake that we can't take back. And I'm so grateful to my fellow 245 Tennesseans who came out tonight and many who could not come, who don't believe that reckless pollution and corruption are inevitable. To those who still have hope that this democracy works for us, I agree with everything that's been said this evening, and I'm so thankful for all of you voting in support of BL 2026-1391 to protect our land, our animals, and every single one of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hi, I'm ticket number 99, and my name is Cecilia Forbes from District 7. I'm a 15-year-old high school student who has been going to the Nashville Zoo since before I could walk or talk. It has been an essential part of my growing up and a key factor in inspiring my career in zoology. I've been to nearly half a dozen zoos across the nation, and our hometown has by far the best. What sets the Nashville Zoo apart is its clean facilities, the extensive care its facilitators have for the animals, and its ability to inspire passion in others. DC Blocks is pushing its centers at both the zoo and at Fisk University. They say that AI is our future, but why should it be? Why can't we have a future free of pollution generators? I don't know if you're familiar with the movie The Lorax, but AI is a near perfect replica of the Thneed, a fictional piece of fabric that can morph to suit the needs of its owners. However, its production turned a paradise into a wasteland. I am in full support of not only BL 2026-1391, as well as BL 2026-1448, and the rule suspension regarding Mayor O'Connell's acquisition and condemnation bill. This is Music City. Let's please keep it free of AI-generated music. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hi, my name is Renee Moore. I have ticket number 100, and I live in District 7. I have spent my childhood at Nashville Zoo and have created many memories there. I, along with these people, want to protect the environment and the animals this data center would harm. Even as a high school student, I can see the damage this center would create, and I urge you to as well. I encourage the council to support these bills. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're next.
Good evening. My name is Laura Shumate. I live in District 7, and my ticket number is 101.
Thank you.
I know that I'm still a high school student, but even I know that this data center has poor impacts on both the environment and the animals. I have been going to the Nashville Zoo for a very, very long time, and I know that this community truly loves the zoo, and that's why we're all here tonight. Another thing about data centers that I do want to bring attention to that a few people have spoken about is the jobs that it prevents. I'm a very artistic and creative person, and I want to be able to do that when I'm older and when I have a future job. I either want to be an actor or an artist or an animator, but with AI, that may not be a possibility, and it really puts people at risk, and I want people to bring that to attention more because kids like me might not have a future doing something fun that we want to do, that we are very passionate about. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, you're recognized.
Hi, my name is Madison Palazzo. I live in District 19, and I support Bill 2026-1391. I'm not going to restate why building a data center would be horrific. We've had plenty of people here that have already talked about the air pollution, noise pollution, and wasted water. What I am going to tell you is that I don't care about a lot of things. Until this issue came up, I had never been to a committee meeting or a public hearing, and until last week, I had never even been to a protest. I guess I always thought that there would be other people to care about the things I should care about. There would be more educated people to speak on the things that should be spoken about. But we needed numbers on this one, and I realized I could no longer just watch things happen. The animals at the zoo were not asked if they wanted a data center. The students at Fisk were not asked if they wanted a data center. Citizens of Davidson County were not asked if we wanted a data center. But here we are in record numbers, telling you, imploring you not to sell the soul of Nashville. I mentioned earlier that I didn't care about a lot of things, and that alone should scare anyone in favor of data centers. Because if it's gotten to the point that I'm speaking in public, which I don't know if you can tell, but this is kind of a nightmare scenario for me, it's gotten to a pretty critical point. DC Blocks, I am now speaking directly to you, or whatever lawyer proxy you send in your place. I will be at every meeting, I will be at every protest, I will be the thorn in your side. You may have money, but we have something money could never buy, and that's something worth fighting for. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hi, my name is Shakira Erica Nash Bally, and I am in the newly gerrymandered District 31, John Rutherford. Not sure where oh, there you are, hi. I'm looking forward to getting to know you. Alongside many new constituents, I have to say I am in agreement with everyone else who is here. I support both bills for the, freezing the process so that we can go through and actually have a stronger, more strict regulation. And also, if at all possible, we can get back the city, reclaim the land around the zoo. I'm not sure why the Fisk admin would want to consider selling part of their property to a company that has questionable moral and ethical reputation that would put thousands of signatures on petitions and over 200 people that are here, staying here late. But I want for you to think about this, please. Remember, we are constituents. Remember, we will be voting. We will be watching. We will be looking to see what will come from this. And thank you very much for listening to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Isabel Rose Moore. I live in District 24, and I am ticket number 108. I'm speaking today in strong support of BL 2026-1391. I also am in support of the moratorium, and after listening to my neighbors tonight, I am in stronger support of even stricter restrictions. I am so tired of hearing that we have to start somewhere, that fighting is pointless, that change takes years. Enough, and I would love to just come in swinging. It's been my entire life. I echo the sentiments of those that are far more eloquent than I who have been speaking tonight, and my message is simple and emotional for those council members who have not yet shown support for this bill, or for those who remain on the fence about the ethics of data centers as a whole. Please take a good long look at the turnout we have tonight. We are passionate, we are concerned, we are angry, and the most incredible thing that I've witnessed today is the fact that we aren't going anywhere. I beg of you to consider the health and lives of your constituents, of the wildlife in Nashville, to place people over profit, and to value the lives of those in my generation and the next generation that consists of Nashville's children who will have to live with the consequences of your actions for much longer than you will. Please don't take your responsibility lightly. Thank you to all of those tonight who have been paying attention, and thank you to the sponsors of this bill for your efforts.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hello, my name is Dylan Caligiuri. I'm a resident in District 24, and I would like to speak in support of BL 2026-1391, and I echo the same sentiments that others before me have communicated, specifically that water and air are non-negotiable human rights, and data centers have no place in or even close to the surrounding communities of the zoo and Fisk University. Thank you to the bill's sponsors and all 245 community members speaking out in support of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Could you please share your ticket number?
Sure, yeah, 110.
Okay. If I may, I just want to share that it is 10:37, so we are 2 hours into the public hearing, and we are on speaker number 110. We have a total of 249 ticketed speakers. Go ahead.
Hey y'all, my name is Liz Clayton Fuller. I live in District 35 and I strongly support BL 2026-1391. I'm an artist born and raised in Nashville. In a place that thrives on creativity, we have seen time and time again our city prioritize profit. Profit over people, profit over common sense, profit over environmental impact, profit over public health, profit over all. This is a chance to show the people of Nashville that you do still care about us and our futures. They keep telling us we have to embrace AI, and I refuse. What I want is to embrace my community and the future of the city. I encourage y'all to further strengthen this legislation. If we don't get this right, it will not just be the data centers at Fisk and on the zoo's front steps. There will be more. No one is safe from this issue. Already wealthy people will rush to line their pockets more, overriding good practices and sustainability for the sake of profit. I have a 1.5-year-old daughter, and I want to build her a better, sustainable world, not an unlivable one. No new data centers. We deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
My name is Mary Harris. I'm in District 34 in Nashville. That's my daughter. I'm here for my children and my grandchildren. And it's your job to protect them. I can't do it by myself. It's your job. Help me protect them and support this bill.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
My name is Linda Gregg, and I'm from South Nashville, and I am in support of BL 2026-1391. Have y'all ever had lunch with the tiger? My 4-year-old granddaughter, and I do, that is her absolute favorite thing to do at the zoo. We pack our Lunchables, we walk ourselves to the tiger exhibit, we say hi to the tiger, and we go sit on the wall and we eat our lunch. And she loves it. And granted, we're not really eating lunch with the tiger, but in her mind, we are. And that makes for really a priceless memory. Memories that can't be replaced, by technology or phones or anything. And one of the things I think is really cool about the Nashville Zoo is they are up close and personal with the animals. Oh my God, you can see a tiger on the other side of the glass, an Andean bear. And the first time she saw the koi fish, they were face to face and both of them's eyes were huge. I thought I would die laughing. And these are memories we can all make. But the only way we're going to be able to make those memories are if we support the zoo and say no to the data centers, send DC Blocks packing back to Atlanta. So thank you for hearing me out. I hope y'all have a good evening, and thank you.
Thank you. All right, go ahead and come on forward. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kenneth Stutz. I live in District 26. I'm a lawyer, and I support BL 2026-1391. I live half a mile from the zoo with my partner and 3 kids. I'm also so close to the zoo that I can hear the gibbons from my backyard. I don't want that sound to be drowned out by the constant buzz of a data center. More than that, though, I can't see how a data center helps Nashville in any way. DC Blocks has already admitted that the center would create barely any permanent jobs, and there's 1,000 better uses that I can think of for that land that would create more jobs and wouldn't cause the heat, air, water, or noise pollution of a data center. I watched the last meeting hoping DC Block's lawyer Doug Sloan would provide some kind of evidence to show any way the data center would address pollution and safety concerns, but I heard nothing. He dismissed legitimate community concerns and attempted to shut down opposition to the data center by saying inaccurately that the permits for the data center were already in hand. I've been a lawyer for 20 years. I can't think of a single time when a corporate counsel like Doug Sloan said, "Trust me, bro," with no evidence, and it was a good idea to trust them. I can't imagine trusting the already less than truthful information about this data center from DC Blocks and Doug Sloan. I support BL 2026-1391 and both proposed amendments to strengthen it. I encourage you to vote this bill into law and require data centers to follow the rules that will keep all Nashvillians safe and healthy. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hello. My name is Maria Weir. I'm a Nashville native living in District 22. I'm here to support this legislation, both as myself and on behalf of several older people who can't stay up this late but would love to yell at y'all. We have already heard so many amazing comments today, and we will hear many more, so I don't feel the need to list all the reasons that I despise data centers, but I am here because I am deeply concerned and frankly absolutely furious. And this rage comes from love I feel toward my city, my state, and my fellow living beings. Our animals, environment, resources, and people are worth protecting. And that is the task in front of you. Pass this legislation and continue to strengthen it. People over profits, no new data centers, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Go ahead, and could you share your ticket number, please?
I'm number 115, and it's 10:43 at night. I've been here since 5:30. My name is Kristen. I am speaking today in support of SB 2026-1391 with some reservations. I live in 37208, less than a half a mile from the proposed Fisk Data Center, and also work in the same area in cancer research. I am also a circus and burlesque performer, so some of you have probably seen me in my nighttime persona. I do want to also say, as a person who lives on the street that will be able to see this proposed data center, we didn't know. I found out through Instagram. Okay? Great. Thanks. Today, I want to address the setback requirements. The current proposal of this bill defines small as 20,000 square feet or less and 5 megawatts max. These are proposed to be 100 feet from residential use, daycares, religious institutions, community education, parks, zoo, correctional facilities, or other data centers. A large one is 100,000 to 500,000 square feet, 20 to 100 megawatts, and recommended to be 2,640 feet away. 100 feet is a 20 to 30 second mile walk, the length of a bowling lane. 2,640 feet is half a mile. For reference, Chiefs on Broadway is a half mile from here, and that's about a 12-minute walk. Might need a drink after this. But let's contrast that with the State House Cabaret bill that was so hot earlier this year. A bill that stated that these cabaret shows, and look that up, I'm not going to explain it to you, even community centers and dance studios must be 1,000 feet away from these aforementioned residential uses, schools, churches, etc. There is absolutely no reason why machinery contributing to environmental and noise pollution should be allowed to be so close to a home when our own state government is terrified of a drag show being less than 1,000 feet away. It is ridiculous. I recommend that the setbacks be a minimum of 1,000 feet for small centers and scaled up for larger. At that scale, large data centers would be 5 miles away. Take a stand for this city.
Thank you. All right, go ahead, you're recognized.
Hello, my name is Emily Wilkerson. I'm number 116. I'm from Murfreesboro, and I would like to speak in support of both BL 2026-1391 and the moratorium. For the students of Fisk, for every person in Tennessee, for the animals at the zoo, and for every member of our amazing local ecosystems. While I support this bill, I am in agreement with everyone else who has spoken in favor of even stronger regulations. Nathan was right, this bill ain't nearly mean enough. I support the strongest possible regulations because data centers have a massive toxic impact on both human beings and the local ecology, as many others have already spoken about. And do we benefit? Hell no. I think all of us here can think of a laundry list of ways AI has affected or soon will affect us negatively, from having it forced down our throats in the workplace, to having our art, music, and writing stolen, to train generative AI to vomit out cheap and soulless slop, to seeing our older family members fall prey to AI-generated scams and misinformation, to the effects of AI dependence, especially in our student population, who deserve to have every opportunity to learn to think for themselves as their brains are in a critical stage of development, to one of the most concerning effects, constantly increasing police surveillance. We must not let tech companies poison and parasitize our communities. They want us to think their vision of an AI future is inevitable. They want us to lose hope and give up. But every person here tonight is proof that we will not. We will fight tooth and nail for the future we want. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. You're recognized.
Hi, y'all. My name is Allie Crocker. I live in District 16 in South Nashville. That's about a 7-minute drive from the zoo and proposed data center site. At the end of the day, I'm a Southerner. I love living in Nashville. You love living in Nashville. Everyone here does. We're all here because we care about this city so much. And when I say I'm a Southerner, I mean it. Sweet tea runs through my veins. I believe we'd be a lot better off if more people listened to the words of John Prine. I believe in hollering the truth. I believe in standing up for what you believe in. I believe in the golden rule and that you should always speak up for others, humans and animals alike. I support BL 1391 as a means to stop the unprecedented, unchecked money grab that is the expansion of unwanted data centers into our communities, our universities, our zoos, and our beloved Music City. I'm disappointed that once again, Nashville leadership is preparing to pass the buck off to its citizens. Certain billionaires' big, dumb hole comes to mind. For all our sakes, now and for the rest of time, I urge you to pass this legislation and continue pushing for a strong, bold regulation of data centers. An outright ban would be ideal. Just throwing that out there. Give us a reason to believe this city will no longer be bought and sold. To borrow the words from John Prine, don't write this down as the progress of man. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're next.
Hello, my name is Maxwell Rooks. I am in Council District 16 as well, and I'm in here supporting BL 2026-1391. Like many have said before me and will continue to say throughout the night, I believe that this bill will defend the homeowners and tenants who who are at risk of one of these data centers being constructed near their houses, like the patrons, staff, and animals of the Nashville Zoo. It will defend these local Nashvillians with things like increased water scarcity, noise pollution, raised utilities, and hazardous electronic waste and disposal, among many other avoidable drawbacks. Most importantly, this bill will attempt to defend Nashville from the increasingly tight grip of uncaring big tech companies that show little to no consideration for the people they are negatively affecting. Other southeastern towns are already feeling this pressure. In my original home state of Mississippi, 6 data centers are either being proposed or are being built as we speak, including in South Haven, minutes from Memphis, Tennessee. An estimated $20 billion cost of construction data center is being proposed, courtesy of a certain social media grifter and his company XAI. I do not want Nashville to experience the same treatment. This is now my home, and I demand that it is protected. I want to end with a William Faulkner quote. He said once, "Never be afraid to raise your voice for honesty and truth and compassion against injustice and lying and greed. If people all over the world would do this, it would change the earth." Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, come on forward, you're next.
Hi, my name is Emily Wire. I live in District 31 and I support BL 2026-1391. As a lifelong Nashvillian, I'm concerned about the impact data centers will have on our city, specifically pollution in multiple forms and the long-term consequences, including harm to humans, wildlife, and agriculture, just to name a few. I call on city leaders to take a stand against the corporations who want to take over Nashville, stand with Nashville residents, support the first step, BL 2026-1391. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could you please share your ticket number?
I am 122.
Okay, thank you.
Hi. My name is Meg Krozik, and I live in Council District 2 up in Metro Center. And I'm here in support of legislation BL 2026-1391, because I believe allowing AI data centers to expand, build, and develop without any kind of regulations or protections for the communities around them is not only a danger to the people and animals' health in the near vicinity, but is also enabling a business that is actively devaluing and exploiting artists here that live in Nashville. And those are the people who make Music City, Music City. 21 million copyrighted songs have been scraped by companies to train their AI to mimic the hard work of these artists. Many of these artists are here tonight as well. These artists work, play, record, sing, and write in this city, bringing business to bars and arenas alike from all around the world to experience this wonderful, beautiful city that we have. But if we let outside influencers devalue our music, our artists, our community to the point where we can no longer hear them due to the dissonant baseline of processing servers next to a zoo or a college, can we really even call ourselves Music City? Data centers don't belong on college campuses next to zoos in Davidson County or Tennessee. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hey y'all, I'm Jesse Baker. I live in District 16 and I support this legislation. I appreciate y'all's patience and your endurance tonight. For the people behind me, I appreciate it even more. I know that y'all have worked and raised your kids and come here and stood here and waited to say your piece as well, so I appreciate it. For too long, Nashville has prioritized growth and profit over community and sustainability. Nashvillians are exhausted. We're tired of our neighborhoods and our voices being treated as afterthought to tourism, corporate kickbacks, and billionaire pet projects, and cynical opportunists who prioritize their profits above all else, no matter the human or environmental cost. Long after artificial intelligence has poisoned its last well and displaced its last human employee, when the data centers of today stand as obsolete, abandoned monoliths, we will continue to reap the consequences of what is sown here by this council. As a proud Nashvillian who's lived here since the 1900s, I humbly ask that your vote for this bill is an act of goodwill toward